Anita, how you doing? Acedia, how you doing? Life's good, Anita. How are you? How's your life treating you, bro? I hope you guys are doing well. It is early morning, of course. Or for Acedia, it's evening. Yes, that makes sense. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm a little early, like 1 hour and 20 minutes early for the stream. But hey, we'll make it work. We'll make it work. All right. Yorick, how you doing, sir? What time is it there? You can see there. You can see local time for me at the minute. But it is 11:20 to 12, really. Doing well. No winter yet. Unusual, really. Oh, shit. Yeah, I have to admit, Cape Town is also incapable of figuring out what season it really wants to be in. We had a couple of days of, like, somewhat warm-ish weather, and then suddenly it just started raining again, and now it's not chilly. Like, today is, again, warm-ish, but it's decent. It's like a really nice weather at the minute. So, I don't know. It clearly doesn't know what season it needs to be at the minute. Technically, it's early morning, but it's my evening since I'm a night person. Hey, I respect that. Going live as I'm going to bed. It's late here. Hope you're doing well. Jay, how you doing, sir? I apologize. But hopefully I'll see you when you wake up. Although, I don't know if that will happen. Sick in bed with a mild migraine, so I'm lurking. Oh, troubleshooter. Really sorry to hear that, man. Epic Thulu, how you doing? Admit to high 80s the last week, so still fairly warm. All right. So you guys are waiting for winter. How many of you are struggling at the moment not getting winter? What's happening? What do you think it is? I would have thought that you guys would literally not have cared about that, because though most people dislike winter from October onwards, but I think that's not the case anymore. And all right, welcome. India is just, don't you just always sweat in India though? It feels like India is just always warm. Raby G, how you doing, sir? You'd rather not get to, no, I would prefer cold. I think fuck summer. My personal opinion, but I think summer can screw a dick. It is way more fun in the winter. And winter's easier than everything. It genuinely is just easier. Winter, if you're a little cold, just put on a jacket and you're good to go. You don't have to worry about, like, the weirdness of summer, where there's a limit to how much you can remove in summer before you're literally on your skin now. If you remove any more, you're just taking off your skin. And there are days where that is still super hot. Load shedding summer is great fun. At least in winter, you can grab a blanket. I agree, Shino. I agree with that. I'm in the transition from autumn to winter, where is fresh and chilly here in Mexico. Oh, you're nice. I have to admit, that time where you're transitioning, so autumn, for example, but also sort of early springtime, is just insanely fun. Because then the weather is not so cold that you constantly have to cover up, but also not so warm that you really need AC or anything. So then you're just sort of chilling, You go outside, you don't really feel warm or too hot. The sun is just right. Everything's just good. That's my favorite time of the year. And for us, that's usually March, April, May-ish. Those 3 months can give you a lot of those really cool days. Alcatraz, how you doing, sir? It's always better in the Netherlands, to be honest. Michael, how you doing, sir? Solar radiation can cause skin cancer if you're not covered up enough. Michael, well, here's the interesting thing. I watched a doctor talk about this. She's a medical researcher, and they found something ridiculously interesting. So everyone believes cancer is caused by the sun. You go out into the sun, you get cancer. obvious, right? Or at least if you get burnt by the sun, you get cancer. Melanoma is the one that we're worried about, right? Because you do get plenty of skin cancers that mean nothing. Like, you'll get the skin cancer and you can literally just burn it off or they'll cut it out. It doesn't matter. The one that's really bad is melanoma. That's the one that kills people. And the reason it kills people is it oftentimes goes undetected for decades. And then by the time you detect it, it's too late because it's already spread everywhere. Now, here's the interesting thing. It is widely believed that melanoma is caused by sun exposure. Except, overwhelmingly, melanoma originates in areas of the body where you almost never get sun. So, for example, people get melanoma and it starts in between their toes or under their feet, or in their fingers, or under their arms, or in between their legs. Places that historically and generally speaking do not get a lot of sun exposure. So then their question was, how is this possible? If melanoma is caused by a burning of the sun, so your skin gets damaged and then it creates cancer, then you wouldn't expect melanoma to form in these weird, odd places. So the research at the moment seems to suggest that actually sunburn can cause these annoying little cancers that you can just cut out or you can just burn it off. But melanoma itself is actually formed as a result of lack of sunlight. If you don't get enough vitamin D, it would appear it can cause melanoma. So literally the skin starts to die, the cells start to die because they're not getting enough vitamin D. That at least is their thinking at the moment. Of course, this is early days and it's just the one researcher and her team that found this. I'm not even sure if their paper is peer-reviewed yet, but it is interesting. It's interesting to at least think about. Near the Himalayas, but even then, for the past 10 years, temperatures risen to mid-30s, which is really not a usual thing. One of the very obvious signs of global warming. And look, the Earth is warming, and it's going to continue to warm until it stops warming and gets cold again. That's just natural. I heard that it's always sunny in Philadelphia. I wonder if it's true. I don't think so. Isn't Philadelphia, like, what's the windy state? Or the windy city? Is that Seattle, or is Philadelphia always sunny? Wait, isn't Philadelphia north? If it's north, then it's not always sunny. At some point, it's going to snow and shit. Seattle is the rainy city. So what is Chicago is the windy city. So then what is Philadelphia? Can't be the sunny city. Shut the fuck up. It's not the sunny city. What is Philadelphia? Another ice age? I thought so too. I'm also a believer in cycles and hope it happens soon. Anita, I mean, ice ages don't happen often. I don't know when the next ice age will be. We had a mini ice age about 700 years ago that lasted for... Well, we're still getting out of it. That's why the Earth is warming. It's because we're leaving the last ice age. I think the next ice age will be years and years and years from now. Because the problem is when we measure, and these measurements are never accurate, but when we measure the carbon, the amount of carbon in the air just before the last big ice age, we're nowhere close. We're nowhere close. We need to at least, I think it's something like double or triple the amount of carbon in our atmosphere before we even reach the carbon levels required for that ice age that happened. We're actually historically at a very low point at the moment with carbon. There's very little carbon in our atmosphere at the moment. So it's going to take a bit before I think we get the next big ice age. But I would definitely not wish for an ice age. Lots of people will die as a result of an ice age. It's sort of like Earth's way of resetting itself a little. So yeah, I would definitely not wish for that, because it's not just going to be a bit of snow and then we move on. It's going to be fucked for quite some time. Chicago, I know Philly is not always sunny at all, and the people living there are certainly not sunny as shit. Kane Bladed, how you doing, bro? So you're telling me that show is a lie? The city of brotherly love, apparently. Ice Age are not done yet. Greenland is still ice covered, but Vikings settled there and did farming. Like, yeah, the other thing we know for a fact is Canada, for example. If you look at Canada, modern day Canada, you will find that almost every modern day city in Canada is located within like 50 miles of the US border. And that's because the rest of Canada is just completely tundras and shit, right? So you can't grow anything there, you can't do shit there. But we know that there were once farming settlements way into Canada, like way deep into Canada. We find evidence of farming colonies and farming communities that live there that were clearly farming in places that are now tundras. So I think there's going to be like a significant warming period still, and most of Canada will probably become green at some point, and then eventually there'll be another ice age, and that's going to fuck shit up again. Dos Matrix, how you doing, bro? Time magazine cover from 80s was in global cooling. Of course, they can never decide what they actually want to be. It's either warming or it's cooling or it's both, or every country in the world is the hottest that it's ever been in recorded history. And every country is the leading cause of global warming. But if all countries is the leading cause of global warming, then no countries are the leading cause for global warming. It's a whole weird thing, and I think most of it genuinely is just trying to get clicks. I don't think all of those newspapers are sort of in this deep conspiracy theory to lie to people. I think they're just trying to get clicks. You know, they're making a headline. Mexico is the warmest country in the world on record. Canada is the warmest country in the world on record. Shit like this, right? And it's not actually true, obviously, but it gets clicks, and that's really all they need is the clicks, because they want to sell ad space, they want to make money. Hi Ark, how you doing, bro? We're just blaming each other. Standard Hamster, how you doing, sir? G'day from West Australia. Dos Matrix, happy to have you here, sir. Like a super volcano eruption, apparently Yellowstone is showing some activity these past few years, but it still might take another 1,000 or maybe 1,000,000 years. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't want to live where super volcanoes are going to go off. That's going to suck. Gino, that is true. I was actually having this Standard Hamster with 16 months, 36 months actually part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you. You're far too kind. I was having this conversation with my pastor. When was this? Last Friday. We were actually talking about this. Because obviously, as you guys know, I'm old Earth. I believe in an old Earth. I don't believe that the Earth is just 6,000 years old. I do believe that there is enough evidence at the moment to suggest that the Earth could be 4-point-something billion years old. I say 4-point-something because no one can really choose, but they tend to differ by like 100 million years, maybe 200 million years, give or take. But none of them, like not one of the sciences suggests that the Earth is only 6,000 years old. Right? So I'm a bit of an old Earther here. Most of the people at my church are young Earthers. They believe Genesis is the start of everything, and it portrays it. I also believe Genesis is the start of everything, but I interpret Genesis very differently. But anyways, you know, none of that really matters. But we're having this conversation, and at some point, we reach... so there is this thing called deism. I think I told you guys about this before, right? Deism is the belief without any evidence. So if you are a Christian with zero evidence for why you're a Christian, in other words, you don't know the recorded history of Jesus Christ. You have no idea about the sources and the evidence for Jesus. You don't look at science at all. You don't try to understand science and understand the Bible and how they work together. You're just sort of like, no, I just believe what's in the Bible, word for word, that's it. We call that a deist, right? So you believe without any evidence. It's fine if there are people who want to believe that way. That's their right. I'm not a deist, obviously. And the question was, when did it happen that Christianity and science became this enemy scenario? Like, when did science and Christianity turn into enemies? Because they've never been. It's only about the last 80 to 100 years that science and religion have been at odds with each other and have started to, basically become a warring ground. That's not true, Cainbladed. Many people think that Galileo was sort of hated by the church and that Galileo said some stuff that the church didn't like. There were differences between the church and Galileo, but it had very little to do with the idea that the earth is not the center of the universe. All of the early scientists, every last one of the early scientists, by the way, were Christian. Full-blooded Christians. Galileo was a Christian right up until the day of his death. In fact, the modern scientific theory, the scientific method that you use today, like all scientists use today, is a Christian method. It was the Christians. You see, prior to Christianity, Aristotle and the thinkers of the Roman Empire, they used to believe that the universe cannot be observed. You can't observe the universe. You think about the universe, and then whatever you think, and if that what you're thinking is rational, then that must be true. It was the Christian scientists that said, hold up, if God made the universe, we would expect to see rules and laws that are consistent with God within the universe. So we would expect to see things that don't change. If I see that the speed of light is this, then the speed of light will always be this because God is constant, therefore the rules will be constant. And that's the Christian scientists that said, I should be able to look at the universe and I should be able to trust what I see in the universe and then use that information to do science. And the whole reason they did science was because they viewed science as a way to know God. For them, it wasn't a case of, science and religion are enemies and science is anti-religion, religion is anti-science. They did science and they were trying to understand God. And through science, they understood God. They understood how God made everything. Because the truth is, the Bible is very quiet on scientific matters. There's no science really in the Bible. The Bible and science are not at odds, and I believe I understand why. The Bible was written for our souls. It was written to cure us and to save us from ourselves. Our brains, our minds were given to us by God in order to understand His creation. So the Bible gives us the ability to understand God's nature. Science, our brains, give us the ability to understand God's creation and how God creates. We're able to think these things through for ourselves. We're able to understand these things much better. But it all basically comes back from... So it dates back to about 80 to 100 years ago when science made, in my opinion, one of its biggest mistakes ever. Scientists, specifically the naturalists, started to go, unless you can prove your theory fully and wholly by naturalistic means. In other words, there's no room for God in any theories that you make. Your theories must at all times only be naturalistic. It will not be considered science. Okay? Now, there's obviously huge problems with that. Quantum theory, for example. Quantum theory, and quantum physics specifically, is one of the most accurate sciences we have, with only one problem. there is no explanation for quantum theory and for quantum science, physics, in the natural world, because the entire foundation of quantum physics is abstract. We don't know how it works. We have no idea what happens in the quantum world. We just know that shit happens there, right? So this created a lot of problems. And as the scientists kept pushing this, no, we don't include any arguments that isn't wholly naturalistic, sadly, the church started to go, well, then you're our enemy. Right? So it's the sort of, they started to just move further and further apart. And sadly, there are a lot of Christians, wonderful people, but the second science says anything, they just go, no, then that's a lie. It's a lie. And you're like, but bro, no. I mean, nothing they're saying is wrong. No, they're lying. It's science. You're like, dude, I realize that we don't, like, I realize you don't like science, but sometimes science has a point, right? And sometimes the scientists are not wrong. Even if the scientists are misled, they're not wrong. They understand what they're saying. So you have this sort of weird war between science and religion that really doesn't have to exist. There's a wonderful book, if you guys are interested in reading about this, Stephen C. Meyer. Go look up his books. He has about 3 books, and Stephen C. Meyer lays out a case for the theory of God that isn't God of the gaps. It's not him just going around, well, you can't explain this, therefore God. No. It's a scientific theory. It's a scientific theory that lays out specifically why the universe makes more sense when you include a mind. Right? When you include intelligent design, everything makes sense. When you exclude intelligent design, nothing makes sense. It's very difficult to make sense of anything without intelligent design. So he basically lays out why we hurt science actually when we refuse to include anything that we can't naturalistically explain. So it's an interesting book if you guys want to. I don't follow Graham Hancock, and you don't know. I mean, I've seen some of his stuff, but I wouldn't call myself like I like him. I've seen some stuff that he says that sounds a little too good to me. Like, dude, all of these people that believe in ancient technologies and ancient civilizations, they sometimes make claims that, like, some of their claims I can sort of believe, and I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense. But then they have these claims that I just go, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I could think of 5 other reasons why that could be true, and it doesn't have to be what you just said. So I don't follow anyone. I listen to almost everyone. There are people that I just will not listen to because they've become a good example of this. Someone who I used to actually idolize. I read all of his books. I loved his debates in the past. But someone that I just cannot listen to anymore is Richard Dawkins. I genuinely cannot listen to him. He is the dumbest smart person I've ever met in my entire life. He has no critical thinking ability. He doesn't even understand what philosophy is, and yet he prides himself on sort of being a philosopher. You know, he writes books about how God isn't required anymore, and he does, and then he starts the books by saying things like, "Oh, philosophy of science is dead. We don't need philosophy anymore." But he doesn't even realize that his entire book is philosophy. And usually Richard Dawkins gets torn apart by philosophers. Even atheist philosophers hate the science that Richard Dawkins does because he misinterprets most of the science in what it would actually mean. That's why you need philosophers, because they're the ones who have to put the work together in a logical, reasonable fashion. Scientists aren't good at that. But anyway, so I can't listen to Richard Dawkins anymore. Someone I really do enjoy is Alex O'Connor. I think Alex O'Connor is a really good guy. I like the way he thinks about the world. So I like Alex. I listen to atheists. I listen to religious people. I listen to Christians because I'm not closed off to ideas. You know, I don't think it's healthy to close yourself off to ideas. I think you just make problems for yourself. It's interesting to ponder, and there are definitely things we don't know 100%, but claiming that aliens built the pyramids is very ridiculous. Lord Stubber, true. Thanks for the first time chat, by the way. How you doing, sir? Correct about Dawkins. Very disappointed in him. Dude, I lost the last little bit of respect for Richard Dawkins in his most recent interview with Jordan Peterson. Now, I've already lost most of my respect for Jordan Peterson, but for a whole different reason. But watching Jordan Peterson try to explain to Richard Dawkins that a dragon can be metaphorically understood as a concept within the world, and Richard Dawkins literally saying, dragons aren't real, I care about facts. And you're like, what? Are you absolutely like, how fucking stupid are you? How can you not understand that a dragon can be metaphorical and that you can use imagery, because people speak this way, to convey an idea, and the imagery actually makes it easier to understand the idea, right? Like, how is that? How are you incapable? And then he just keeps saying, well, me and Jordan just think different about this. I care about facts. He cares about myth. And I say, oh, for fuck's sake, bro. You both care about facts. The problem is that you seem incapable of understanding that Jordan Peterson is talking about facts. He's just using different language to you. Because he's trying to convey a point. I can't listen to him. It's just possible. Use their atheism as a religion. Michael, I would say all atheists use their atheism as a religion. There is no such thing as a non-religious person. Because whatever you believe, you believe. And since you believe it, you are religious. Congratulations, you have faith. You have faith in whatever it is you believe. If you didn't have faith in it, you wouldn't believe it. So if you're an atheist and you say there is no God, then it means you believe that there is no God. That makes you religious. Because all religion means is having faith. And you have faith, therefore you believe. When you walk to the shower in the morning and you turn on the hot water, you have faith that the water will be hot. You don't know that it's going to be hot. You're doing that purely based on blind faith. You're looking at it and you say, I have a boiler, the boiler must be on, therefore the water must be hot. That's faith. Humans do nothing without faith. Nothing. The greatest lie that's ever been sold to humanity ever is the idea that some people have this unbiased approach, completely rational, logical, no religion, no faith. I just do what I do because I follow the facts. Nonsense. You do what you do because you have faith that this is the right thing to do. You don't follow the facts. In fact, no one follows the facts. No one lives their lives based on facts. It's impossible to do because even in the facts that you choose to believe, there's faith that influences the facts that you believe, because you believe the facts because they line up with what you think the world should be. And because those facts best speak to you, you choose to believe them. But they don't have to be the only facts. They just happen to be the facts that you like the best. And because they align with your faith. They align with what you see as your faith. Religion is literally just believe. That's what it means. To be religious means to believe. And if you believe in atheism, so you believe that atheism, there is no God, you also believe that there... So let me run this down for you. You are an atheist. Therefore, you believe that there is no God. You believe that. If you didn't believe that, you wouldn't be an atheist. So you believe that there is no God. You also believe then that the universe came from nothing. So nothing created something. That's your doctrine. That's your theology. It's your origin story. It's your genesis. You believe that the universe came from nothing. That's your faith. That's your religion. You're willing to defend it against people that do not agree with it. Congratulations, you're evangelical. You evangelize your faith to people when you argue with them over your faith. That's your religion. If it wasn't your religion, you wouldn't believe it. It's as simple as that. So either you believe it or you don't. There is no in between. I'm not misrepresenting anything here. You may think you're without religion because, of course, being with religion makes people think they're stupid, or at least people think people with religion are stupid. Except what no one understands is that everyone has religion. Because everyone has faith. Everyone lives their entire lives based on faith. Everything you do is based on faith. Every decision you make is based on faith. You have no evidence for 99.9% of all of the things that you do in your life, you do purely based on faith. When you leave your door in the morning, you have no guarantee that you're going to arrive at your destination alive. You have faith that you'll be kept alive by something. Maybe random luck, maybe chance, maybe God. But you have faith that you'll arrive there. Otherwise, why would you leave your house? When you get into your car, you have no guarantee that the car isn't going to blow up. You just have faith that it won't. You have faith that you'll arrive at your destination alive. That's faith. Everything you do is faithful. The only difference between you and me is my faith is in God, not in randomness. But it's the same faith. It comes from the same place. Human beings would not be able to operate without faith. There are some scientists that insist on defending debunked theories and absurdity. Less of a choice and more of a consequence of circumstance? No, that's not true, Epictetus. That's not true. Faith is absolutely baked into the human species. Belief is baked into the human species. How do we know this? Because when you go to children and you tell children there is no God, they have trouble believing you. Whereas when you tell children there is God, they accept it immediately. The research has been done on this, by the way. I'm not just throwing out random shit. The research has been done. Children have no problem believing that there's a creator. None. Zero. You tell them there's a creator. Yep, I believe that. They don't have any issues with it. We know for a fact that every human society on this planet operated on faith. Scientists operate on faith. Human beings operate on faith every day of their lives. The banality of faith is, what do you have faith in? That's what determines whether or not it is benign, whether or not it is whether or not it is empty. But the fact that you have faith, now, of course, I believe the reason human beings have capacity for faith is because we were made in the image of God. Therefore, we all understand inherently that there is something larger than us. There must be some explanation for the universe. And where some of us look to God and say, I look at the universe and it tells me that God must be real, therefore I will believe in God. Others look at the universe and they go, no, I don't want to believe in God. I want to believe in this, right? Or I want to believe in that. This gives me more explanation, or this gives me more explanation, or whatever the case may be. But we all understand that there must be something, whatever that is. There must be something above us. Undead Maid, if that was true, then you would also then find that children are more than happy to believe that there is no God, except they don't. If it was true that children are sponges and they'll believe literally whatever the hell you tell them, which they are to some extent. However, we find that when you tell young children there is no God and you explain to them how the universe happened without a God, they find it very sort of unbelievable. They're not entirely convinced. They have a lot of questions. They're not entirely sure what to believe at that point. However, when we tell those same children there's a God and he made everything, they'll go, yep, cool. So, you have a bit of a break there from the theory. the very example breaks the theory. What do you think about the theory of simulation? I think people who believe in the simulation is one step away from believing in God. You just need to understand what the simulation represents, because I also believe that this is a form of a simulation. I think I just think differently about what that simulation is. But the thing is, if you believe that there is a simulation, then you automatically must believe that someone created the simulation. Now, you could either believe that this is aliens that put us inside some simulation and that they run the program, or you believe that creator did it. Either way, there is an intelligent mind that created the simulation. You cannot be an atheist and also believe in the simulation theory, or even believe that there might be a simulation at play, because a simulation suggests that there must have been someone that created the simulation. Also, a lot of your conviction and attitude can be transferred to children, as in most religious people are much more animated than your average non-religion when talking about... So Cain Bladed, these were psychologists. I believe it was psychologists and something else that were running the experiment. So these weren't parents. They weren't asking parents to tell children there's a God and not a God. They were running the experiments based purely on themselves. So they weren't really... Unless, of course, you make the argument these were Christian scientists, which they weren't. They didn't specify which God. They just said that there's a God, and the children were more than happy to go with that. I must admit, I'm not suggesting that this is the be-all gotcha, see, there must be a God. It's just an interesting little thing. So I'm not hinging my entire theory that there is a God on that. But it is ultimately, like I've said it before, I like having these conversations and I like engaging in this debate, but I'm not here to evangelize anyone. I'm not here to change your mind on what you believe. I have what I believe, and I believe it very, very strongly, and I believe that I have evidence to believe what I believe. But I also think that if there's one thing that I would like to do, and this really is the only thing that I would like to do, is just have people open their minds a little. Because I found that most people I speak to are as I used to be. I used to claim to be an agnostic, but I was completely closed off to any idea of even discussing God. Like I was only open-minded in all of the arguments that prove that there is no God. This is Dreams, how you doing? English. If you link some kind of fucking viewer purchase bot bullshit, you're banned. So don't even waste your time, bro. Never mind, I'll ban you for that as well. I remember when I was a kid and watching Superman for the first time, believing that in America he existed. I mean, yeah, kids will believe, just about anything you tell them. But that's the point, right? If you tell children that there is some kind of something bigger than themselves, they're happy to believe it. If you tell them that there is nothing bigger than themselves, it seems like they have trouble believing that, right? So if you tell them, no, there's nothing, you don't have to worry about anything, doesn't seem like they're happy to just accept that. Cain Bladed, I already explained to you why that particular issue that you might take with it doesn't apply in this case, because these weren't religious people speaking about their religion. These were just scientists trying to figure out, what would be the impact on children being told this. The creator is one thing, but what do you think about people referring him, her? Do you feel that one who creates doesn't necessarily have to be all good in nature? Onida, What do you, no. No, God is all good. There is no evil within him. The Bible tells us this. A creator that isn't all good would be the scariest thing in the world. Because it could be a creator that just tomorrow decides to crush the earth and kill everyone on it. Since our creator doesn't do that, we know that he is good. The Bible at no point says that God created evil. Please give me the scripture. The Old Testament God isn't evil. Where is he evil? Yeah, a lot of people are stupid. I don't mind stupid people disagreeing with me. There is nothing evil in God. Nothing. Islam is the most made up fucking religion on the planet. Don't even start with that bullshit. All you have to do is read the Quran, which I have, to find out when Muhammad wants to marry extra women, he just suddenly hears from Allah and now he's allowed to marry extra women. When he wants to marry a 9-year-old, suddenly Allah says, hey bro, you can marry a 9-year-old. Jesus comes, follows the exact laws of God from the Old Testament perfectly as the law of God, doesn't benefit from his religion at all, because suddenly Muhammad, once they start conquering, Allah tells him, oh, you're allowed to keep a third, I believe, or a fifth of all of the riches that you conquer. Surprise, surprise. How does that work out? No. Get out of here with your, dude, please. Islam is the most bonkers religion on the planet. The fact that so many people believe in it just shows you how stupid it is, because the majority will usually believe stupid shit. After that, no. You have to understand what happened to Lot's wife. And you also have to read it within context. Sodom and Gomorrah were warned by God for a long time. I can't remember exactly. It's something like 50 or 60 years that they were warned by God to stop what they're doing. God ultimately decided judgment was now for the evils that these people were committing. Now, a lot of people think that it's only sodomy, it's only homosexuality. It's much deeper than that. When the two angels is in Lot's house, what do the men of Sodom and Gomorrah do? They demand that Lot hand over the two men to them so that they might know them. Every single time in the Old Testament, when the Bible refers to knowing them, it refers to sex. So these men are demanding, hand them over to us. We want to know them. So we want to have sex with them, whether it's for their will or against their will. We don't give a shit. Give them to us. So God finally honors his promise, by the way, because if you remember, there's a discussion that happens between, I believe it's Abraham, but it may have been, no, it is Abraham. Abraham asks God, if you find 50 believers in Sodom, will you spare the city? And God says, yes. Well, actually, he's speaking to Jesus here. If you look at the translations, it's actually Jesus who came to Abraham. But Abraham says, God says, Jesus says, I'll spare them. And then Abraham says, but okay, what if it's 45? And Jesus says, okay, I'll spare them. And he whittles Jesus down to 5. He asks Jesus, if there's 5 righteous people in Sodom and Gomorrah, will you save that city? Will you spare it? And Jesus says, yes, if there's 5, I'll spare it. And ultimately, what ends up happening? No one. The Bible is very clear on this. All of the men of the village came to Lot's house and demanded that he hand over the 2 angels. And then what did the angels tell Lot's wife? Well, not just Lot's wife, Lot's family. Run and don't look back. Now, the Bible says, as she looked back, she turned into salt. Now, it's important to understand what transpired there. We know where or we think we know where Sodom and Gomorrah was. For years, they couldn't figure out where the city is. We could find no trace of Sodom and Gomorrah until about, I think it's 15 years ago, they discovered a site in the land of Judea, where if you dig just a little bit down, it's glass. Literally, the sand is melted into glass. So it's almost like a fire burning with a lot of degrees melted the earth there, right? It says that she turned into a pillar of salt. Now remember, this is written from the perspective of humans that saw these things happen. So in my view, in my interpretation of it, which you're welcome to think about how you want, I don't believe that Lot's wife was simply running and sort of looking over her shoulder. It says that she turned and she looked back. I think she stopped. They told them to run and to not look back. I think she stopped and she looked at the city. She yearned to be back in the city, thereby proving that she herself was also not righteous. She was told to run, but she yearned to be back in the city. And as a result of that, she got caught in the blast. So when it says she got turned into ash, it's literally the heat from that, whatever the hell hit that place, that turned her almost immediately to ash. In Isaiah 45:7, God says, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Hold up. Let me just get Isaiah 45. Thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I grasp and subdue. I will go before you and level the exalted places. I will break in pieces the doors of bronze and cut through the bars of iron. I will give you the treasures of darkness and the hoards in secret places, that you may know that it is I, the Lord, the God of Israel, who call you by your name, for the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel my chosen. So it's verse 7, right? I form the light and create darkness. I make well-being and create calamity. I am the Lord who does all these things. Calamity and evil is not the same thing. So ESV says calamity. The King James Version of the Bible says, I form the light, I create the darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. So we have to look at the Greek inspiration of this, because, and the only reason I'm saying this is, everywhere else in the Bible, God is not the creator of evil. God allows evil. Now, technically speaking, it is just semantics here, right? Because technically speaking, if God allows evil and he did create everything, then technically he did create evil, right? Because he could have just not created it, right? He could just not have allowed it. But evil is literally the absence of God. If you understand what evil is, at least from a Christian perspective, and since we're arguing about the Bible, we have to talk about the Christian perspective here. The evil is simply the absence of God. So technically, it's not wrong, God creating evil. When he pulls himself away, it creates evil. So when he pulls himself out of a situation, that situation suddenly is given over to evil. So it's not wrong to say created evil, but then you look at so many other places in the Bible where evil is a resultant state of our decisions. Evil is what happens when we make our own decisions and we make our decisions without God. It says, for example, sin and death entered the world when Adam and Eve ate from the fruit that stands in the fruit of the tree that stands in the middle of the garden, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It says that Lucifer, for example, the serpent, was a murderer from the first. So really, if anything, Lucifer was the first victim of evil. So even in my worldview, I don't have a problem with God creating evil, because I understand why evil has to exist. Right? I understand the reasons for evil. If you don't have evil, you don't have choice. If the only choices humans can make is good choices, then you don't have choice. You have to be able to make any choice you want. Otherwise, you don't have freedom. So you have to be able to choose things that's good, but you also have to be able to choose things that's bad, and that's evil. Now, if you read the Bible, it will tell you that everything humans do is evil. Our hearts seek evil at all times, for none is good but the Father. So yeah, I have to apologize. Who wrote this again? I have to apologize. I misunderstood your initial statement. So I do want to apologize. I thought you said, Xanarath is you. I thought you said God has good and evil inside of him. And that is absolutely not true. The Bible tells us way more verses than any, like there's no verse that suggests that God is evil, or that God even understands evil. Or not understands evil, but that he can do evil. He doesn't do evil ever. It's the deviation from the norm, where norm is, Mr. That's literally what it is, right? So evil is when we stop doing the will of God, when we act in our own self-righteousness, when we act in our own self-interest, we allow evil to exist within the world. Our every desire, if you believe the Bible, is evil. Our every desire is evil. People will oftentimes say, so you think people deserve to be in hell? And my answer is, not only do I think people deserve to be in hell, I think everyone deserves to be in hell. Everyone, myself included. If I were to get what I deserve, I would burn in hell. For I am evil. The things I do, the things I yearn for, the things I lust for, they're all evil. They cause calamity and suffering wherever I go. The only reason I don't go to hell is purely by the grace of God. Not because I'm perfect, not because I deserve it, not because I did something special. This, by the way, is a big problem in some Christian churches, where people think they're somehow special, and then they act very self-righteously, judgy. I hate that. Because you don't deserve anything. If you got what you deserved, you'd burn in hell. Because that's what you deserve. Venom, how you doing, bro? There's a lot of people that came in that I haven't said hello to yet. Leona, how you doing? Kiki, how you doing? Zyle, how you doing? Troubleshooter, I will be careful with see, the problem is it's very easy for people to slightly misinterpret things and then make big bold claims about those things. And because you're dealing with people who don't know anything, I'll be very honest with you. The amount of atheists that know nothing about the Bible is scary. They're complete atheists, and yet they know nothing of the Bible. In fact, most atheists I've ever heard quote from the Bible only really quote the things that Sam Harris quote, and Sam Harris really doesn't know the Bible. I know this because I used to be a fan of Sam Harris as well. Surprise, surprise. I used to be a fan of the Four Horsemen because I was once an atheist. And now that I've come to faith, I read the verses that Sam Harris would use against the religion, and I go, dude, did he lie on purpose, or did he just not genuinely understand what this verse says? Because it's very easy to take certain things out of the Bible and then just sort of go, oh, look. So you remove all context, you remove everything that's in here, and you just take one verse from the Bible and say, see how God is? See, this is how God is. And you're like, well, actually, let's put it back in context and then see how God is before we just start making things up. Good, I look from time to time here. Like to your thoughts. Zal, I'm happy to have everyone here. And as long as people remain at least open-minded and respectful, I'm happy to have debates. I have many atheist friends, trust me. Many atheist friends. I love them all to death. They're very dear to me. And even though I wish that they would all come to God, I understand that some of them are in different journeys in different places in their lives. So it's perfectly fine. I just always ask that people remain at least open-minded. To actually just at least having a discussion. Zakir Naik does the same thing, by the way. Everybody has an agenda. He used to like Sam Harris too. Then he lost his mind and revealed how much of a weirdo Liptard he is. I've left their church for some reason. I'm a Baptist. The thing is, I am yet to meet someone that leaves the church who doesn't do it either because they completely do not understand anything about the faith, so they were never Christian to begin with. Because there's a big difference between, I am actually convinced of the fact that about 90% of people that claim to be Christian aren't Christian. They're churchgoers. They don't know the faith. They know nothing about the faith. They've never really thought about the faith in any way, shape, or form. They just sort of go to church, and if you ask them, dude, the reason I know this is, I'll talk to people and ask them, are you Christian? They'll be like, well, I was baptized. It's like, dude, being baptized means shit. Like that, anyone can be baptized. That's not the mark of a Christian. So yeah, or, and this is actually the most, people love their sin. People love their sin. And they like engaging. I'll be the first to admit this. Being a Christian isn't easy. Don't listen to people that tell you, oh, it was the greatest day of my life. And I just felt so free and so open. And everything just, suddenly the world had so much color and it was so good. It is all of those things. But it is also, shortly after that, there is a crushing realization of just how unworthy you are. And realizing that you want to be worthy and yet you can't. It's hard. It's hard having to say no to things. It's hard having to pull yourself away from things, having to sometimes fight your own flesh because your flesh wants to do the fun stuff and you know that you're not allowed to do the fun stuff. Not because, you won't be forgiven. Once you're with Christ, you're with Christ forever. Because Christ says, once I have you in my hand, no one can tear you away from me. So you won't go to hell if you suddenly engage in the sin. The problem is, and most Christians don't even realize this, sin is not passive. When you engage in sin engage in you. A sin never just sits back and says, just a little. It's fine, we won't push more. Once you engage in sin, you'll engage more. And more things will come, and more things will happen, and more distractions will... And you can go very far, very badly, very quickly. So it's difficult. Thing is, if you view yourself and humanity to be inherently evil and unworthy, what's the point? The point is that you can only be sanctified by Jesus Christ. Only Jesus can sanctify you because only Jesus was righteous. Jesus is the only man that ever lived that was sinless and spotless before God because he was God. And he came and he took all of your sins, all of the bad things that you've done, all of the bad things that has ever been done, and he paid the ultimate price. He paid the price. The Bible is clear on this. The wages of sin is death. If you commit sin, you must die. So God sends his only son to die on the cross, horrifically, by the way, in order to pay that price for you. In order to pay that price for you. In order to make sure that when, and God says this again, when I look at you, I will see the sacrifice of Jesus. So you are made perfect because of Jesus' sacrifice. Even though you can't be perfect because you're human and you will make mistakes, when God judges you on the final day, when you're standing in front of his throne, he will see Jesus' sacrifice and you will be forgiven. One of my favorite passages in the Bible is, "And I will form a new covenant with them, one in which I am their God and they are my people, and I will see their sins no more." That's one of my favorite passages in the Bible. More context on the definition of sin to fully understand what is and isn't sinful. Kiki, everything is sin. I'm currently reading a book called Respectable Sins. These are sins for Christians. Now, I want to be very clear. If you do not believe in Jesus Christ, you need not worry about any of this. You cannot be free of these things without the Holy Spirit, and you will kill yourself if you tried to live without sin. It is impossible for you. But anxiety. Most of us think of anxiety as just, it's anxiety. You know, it's normal. It's every day. Sometimes you're anxious about stuff. It's sin. The reason you're anxious is because you do not trust that God has a plan and that God will ensure his plan for you plays out the way that it must. You're feeling anxious because you don't trust God. So anxiety, that's sin. Stress, sin. You're stressed because you do not trust God's plan for you. This creates stress. Gossip, sin. Basically, sin is anything that goes against the law of God. So anything that you do that is the opposite of what God would do is sin. That's literally what it is. It is sin. And this is why we are absolute sinners. John, explain. John, but you're suggesting that none of these things. Okay, so if you did the research and you actually listened to theologians discuss this, we're actually very well versed in the parts of the Bible that were written almost metaphorically, and the parts of the Bible that were written as historical fact. We're actually very well versed in that. So, you know, when you say, "Oh, a talking snake," there's very few theologians that believe Lucifer was actually a snake in the Garden of Eden. The passage has a metaphorical twist to it, and in the Old Hebrew, it makes it very clear that this is imagery. It's to show the evil nature of him. In other words, he has no good in him. He was the one that appeared to them, and he had no good inside of him. That was the point, and that's why they called it a serpent. There's plenty of passages in the Bible that are meant to be metaphorical. In the Bible, in the ancient Hebrew, when we do the translations, we can see that, because ancient Hebrew is a pretty limited language, but it is very clear on the type of language and words it will use when it's talking about actual historical fact versus when it's just talking about images. John, when you say very wrath of God, what do you mean? Kiki, and yes, I know this is hard to believe, and I know this is hard to hear, because people like to think of themselves as reasonably good, right? We like to think of ourselves as we're not that bad. But if you really started to think about your life and the things that you do on a daily basis that may cause suffering for other people, you'd be surprised. The amount of times you tell a little lie, right? The amount of times that you maybe treat your partner or your mother or your father with disrespect. Maybe you swear at someone. Maybe you bump into someone and you act as if it's their fault. Whatever the case may be, there's so many ways in which you can highlight the difference. And let's say you see a sexy guy, right? Let's say you're looking at a picture and the guy has abs and a V lines and everything, and you think to yourself for even a moment, oh, this guy, if this guy showed up in my bedroom, congratulations, you've just sinned. According to Jesus, that is adultery. That is adultery. You've just sinned. You've slept with this person in your mind. It's literally all that it is. Being righteous, the Iron Duke, I would argue, is impossible. I think humans don't have the ability to be righteous. Paul says it best. Before I've even thought about the good, I have already committed the sin. And I find that in my own life. I'll be very honest. In my own life, the more I learn about God's nature, the more I realize just how sinful I am. And the more I realize how impossible it is for me to not be sinful. There's small things that happen that you don't even realize. When I upload a video and the video gets views, do I thank God? Because ultimately it is thanks to his divine providence that video is getting views. He allows that to happen for me. When something good happens, do I thank God? I'll give you another example. I'm 39 years old and I'm single. And I just learned 2 days ago, I have to thank God for that. You see, in my mind, I think I want to get married, I want to meet a wife, I want to start a family. But in God's plan, he wants me to be single now. Either because he has a plan for me, I have to learn something still, so there's things that I don't yet understand. Or, and perhaps more importantly, he doesn't want me to ever be married. Because maybe I have to walk across the road tomorrow and get hit by a car and die, but my death saves the lady that's driving the car. She comes to Christ as a result of killing me. I don't know, right? I don't know what God's plan is, but he has a plan for me, and I know for a fact that whatever he has planned for me is better than whatever I have planned for me, because whatever I have planned for me is not very good, right? So I have to thank him for that. I have to thank him for the fact that I am where I am, right? And that's hard. That's hard because your mind wants to tell you, but this isn't where I want to be. I want to be here. I want to be there. I want to be this. I want to be that. And you don't realize that you are exactly where you have to be because it's how he determined that to be. Well, I don't believe in what is God, John. God is a who. He's a who. He is actively part of the system. He has a plan. He has objectives that he fulfills. So the who would be, in my opinion, starting at the wrong place. He, not she, he. And he is divine. Of course he's divine. But he is also a person. And there's a very big reason why God is a he and why he calls himself Father. Most people don't understand this. Most people think it's just sexism. No. If you look at the word, in Hebrew that is used for father, it literally translates to first servant. That's what a father is. It's the first servant. Everything he does is in service to us. He made us because he loved us, and in making us, he serves us. He provides everything. The food that you eat, the sun that comes up every morning, the nighttime that comes, the rain that comes, the food that grows, the plants that grow, the earth that spins at exactly the right speed to allow for life to happen at exactly the right distance from the sun. All of this is because God serves us. And what he requires from us is that we revere him, that we worship him, and that we hearken to him. So that's why he's called the Father, because he is the first servant. That is why it's important for men, when they get married, to be that guy, right? You live in service to your wife and to your family. You live to serve them, and they serve you in return by submitting to you and allowing you to lead and allowing you to disciple them. So it's a whole thing. But we understand why God is a father. We understand that pretty well. Massey, yeah. But I mean, again, you're welcome to believe what you want to believe. I'm simply telling you what I believe. And I want you all to understand, I'm not doing it from a place of self-righteousness. I'm not sitting here pretending like I've discovered something that you guys didn't have. I know what I believe. And I believe it so strongly that nothing anyone ever says will be able to change my mind on this, because I know what happened to me. I know my own story. Anyway, Kiki, are you annoyed at the fact that I called your existence sin? Not. That's good. That's good. Massey, I'm still working my way through that, because I was baptized as a child. The church that I'm in does not baptize children. They don't believe in it. I understand biblically that there's the passages for baptism as children really doesn't work. I understand what baptism should be. So I think fundamentally you have to be an adult in order to be baptized, because to be baptized is to confess your faith. And a child cannot confess their faith. So the baptism of children started in the Roman Catholic Church. And it was specifically because so many children would die during childbirth. And because the Roman Catholics believe that baptism can save you, in other words, you cannot go, like literally being baptized will make you go to heaven. And that if you are not baptized, you cannot go to heaven. People started baptizing their children so that if the child dies, while still a baby, they would go to heaven. So it's not backed up by scripture. Ferorius, how are you doing, sir? So what's everyone up to, apart from discussing religion and some people obviously feeling a little, probably a little uncomfortable. Because I know a lot of people get uncomfortable discussing religion. fucking being sneaky. Oh shit, nice. Orthodox do it as well. Yeah, they sure. The thing is, the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church have very few things that they disagree on, but they have a lot of things that they disagree with Protestants on. Right? I will be honest. I'm not too well versed on the Orthodox Church, so it is, you know. I'm just curious. I find this topic very interesting. When I was a teenager, my religion teacher was also my pastor, and since I was the student, we didn't have normal class, but we talked about literally everything, like we do in your stream. I like that very much. The only student, Kiki. Well, I'd be very happy to discuss this and to answer any questions that you may have. Right. And if you want to do that in private, my Discord is available, so you can just DM me your questions and I'll try to answer them as best I can. I must stress this. I am not a theologian. I am not a pastor. In fact, I'm not even elder level. And no, I'm not talking about levels as in video games. The elder level is just someone that is very, very knowledgeable about the faith and has some theology and understands his own theology. I'm not that. I read and I like learning and I have opinions, right? Almost the same. We just don't have. Destro, can Orthodox Church priests marry or not? Yeah, that's why you don't have that problem. I genuinely believe the biggest mistake the Roman Catholic Church ever made was somehow decide that they're not allowed to get married. I think very few people can live without love. And given the amount of priests you have, it's almost impossible. So yeah, I think the Roman Catholic Church screwed up there. Considering the fact that Peter was married. You know, Peter is this big figure in the Roman Catholic Church, and he was married. Paul wasn't, but Paul made it very clear that he is lucky that he never wanted to get married. He didn't have those urges. He was fine just doing his business, right? So yeah, it's weird. Epic Lulu, I will be honest, autocorrect sometimes drives me fucking insane. I hate autocorrect sometimes. Like, sometimes it will also like completely correct the wrong things into the wrong things. And then other times the exact same thing that you now want corrected just will not be corrected. It'll just say, nah, this one's fine. You're like, bruh, just yesterday you were correcting this. Now I need you to correct it. You're not correcting shit. Or sometimes it genuinely just doesn't correct anything. Like, it just allows you to type a bunch of bullshit. The other night, I'm super tired. My dad texts me, and I'm trying to reply to him, but I'm basically already asleep. So I'm typing a whole bunch of bullshit, just like random letters and numbers and shit in the middle of the word. Like, I'm tired, right? So I'm barely looking at the screen. I can't keep my eyes open. And it autocorrected none of that. Even though most of the words you can clearly see should be autocorrectable. It just went, nah, this guy's drunk. Let's just let him text drunk, I guess. You're more than welcome, Kiki. Clergy are not allowed to be married after ordination, but are allowed to stay married if they were beforehand. Massey, yeah, but I think that is a mistake. Indulgences. Okay, yes, the Iron Duke, we can definitely start diving into the Catholic Church and what I consider to be just absolute bonkers theology, right? And doctrine. So the idea that you can purchase indulgences, or at least they used to, I don't know if they do it anymore, but the fact that that is something that's allowed is nuts. Because it's so obviously a money-making scheme. Like, it's so obviously a money-making scheme. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that you're allowed to do that, or that you can even do that. I think my biggest problem with the Roman Catholic Church is we know that power corrupts, and we know that absolute power corrupts absolutely. To think that one man, i.e. the Pope, can have the power that he has, and that will not be corrupted, I don't believe that. I don't. What do you mean? He was ordained. He was sent to Greece. Also, Akko, we both live in a Western civilization based on secular understanding, which is why it's fine to have these conversations unless you live in the Middle East. True, John. True. The Middle East is way too enlightened for these conversations. Can't even say that with a straight face. Anyways, it is what it is. Maybe there is remnants of the pre-Christian Roman religion absorbed into Catholicism. Michael, the issue is, if you go back to... So the Roman Catholic Church likes to think of themselves as the original church, right? They'll say they are the church, but that's just not true. We know that Roman Catholicism underwent massive changes around the 4th century. I believe the 4th or the 5th century. Giant changes happened within the Roman Catholic Church. And there's even, you have theologians and historians that all admit, if the early church bishops were to see the Roman Catholic Church today, they would be appalled at some of the shit that happens there. They would genuinely not understand what the hell's going on here. I came across an interesting law thing. What's the interesting law thing, Direxy? Miku, so the thing is, it is my understanding, after reading quite a bit about Buddhism, that Buddhism isn't a religion. It's many people have religionized it, but it's just a way of life. Buddhism is effectively Stoicism. It's the same kind of concept, right? It's the idea that you have to live your life in a very specific way and very, not do harm to other people. Yeah, it's a philosophy more than it is a religion. The only problem I have with Stoicism, and the same problem I have with Buddhism, is it gives you all of these laws and rules by which to live your life, but it offers no hope in return. So no one can be absolutely stoic. It's impossible to live like that. No one can be absolutely Buddhist. It's impossible to live like that, no matter how hard you try. In fact, we know that the people who comes closest to quote-unquote Buddhism are the monks, who have completely removed themselves from society, have no interest in being anywhere part of society, because that's sort of the only way that they can kind of stick to the rules of Buddhism. But it offers no hope in return. So you're basically almost killing yourself, trying to live up to this ideal that isn't achievable. At least not for humans. We can't kill all the bad parts of ourselves without the Holy Spirit. And even then, we are told that we can only truly be sanctified after death, when the flesh finally dies off. But I do think that there are a lot of concepts within Buddhism that's very interesting. Held 2 masses in my church back in the day with the supervision of my pastor. I was on the brink of becoming a believer, but somehow I never found God. It's funny what you said about your purpose earlier. Maybe me finally joining your stream after years of passively watching your videos and discussing religion after you found God yourself is not per accident. Kiki, I don't think that accidents exist. If everything that happens in this world happens because God willed it, because he wanted it to happen. Now, we don't always understand how or why, but he does, right? Because he sees the future. He knows exactly what's going to happen next. So yeah, I don't believe in chance. Look, I get it. I grew up Christian as well. I was mega Christian, and I completely left the faith for almost 20 years. That I was very much anti-faith before I returned. So I know exactly where you come from. Yes, Direxy? Direxy, no, I think they were referring to Azeroth being the prime soul, as in the Great Beyond, not the prime soul as in the prime soul of this planet. So in other words, there's other prime souls. I also don't believe that Baladar is the calcified essence of Azeroth, by the way. I think the Titans either lied or just didn't understand it. And so they just said, yep, that's what it is. This incident with religion, by the way, I just thought it was such a strange thing to happen. Like, John, I didn't see what you said happened. I'm gonna have to look back here. I was baptized as well, but there was this defining occurrence when science woke me up to it all, as I took more towards the facts and seeing it with my eyes than what a guy said thousands of years ago. But I don't hate you nor disregard what you have to say in the future, but there should be a good and open discussion. John, I'd be interested to know what science convinced you that there's no God? Berries, how you doing? Welcome to Twitch. You don't join us often on Twitch. Not a place, still. I suppose many Buddhists still believe it is. Michael, yeah. I mean, many people make religion out of just about anything, right? You have people that believe or worship the strangest shit. Did you have Scientologists that believe aliens arrived on Earth at some point? I'd love for you to elaborate, John. Yeah. I just wonder. See, I struggle to understand how it's light if it's the calcified essence of Azeroth. Yeah, but John, are you, in other words, I would take one issue with what you just said there. Science isn't the movement of facts, it's the movement of evidence. Facts is a very different thing. Like, if facts would suggest that there is proof, right? Now, if I asked you, for example, give me proof of gravity, you can't. Now you could say, well, I could drop something and it will fall to the ground. That doesn't have to be gravity, not as we understand it. It could be something completely different. We could, in 100 years from now, figure out, oh, actually, this was actually a result of something pushing down or whatever, right? It's evidence. So the fact that I hold something up and I drop it is evidence of gravity, but it's not proof of it. Nothing can be proven. So I would say facts is a very strong word. I would go so far as to say that there is no such thing as facts. not in the way that people, because a fact would suggest that it is objectively true, right? It is objectively absolutely true. And the problem with that is almost nothing is that absolutely true. I have not yet played Space Marine 2, no. I still want to. I think it's the Titan language barrier. They view life on Azeroth as beginning with the light. What if the Titans were convinced to see the light in Azeroth as being the same? That is possible. That is actually very possible. The Balador always switch. No. So, from what we understand, and this is according to the Arathi, it was shortly after some kind of calamity. So something happened, and then suddenly, the crystals started switching between light and void. Now, when they finally learn of Sargeras plunging his sword into Azeroth, they go, well, that lines up. So the timeline is the same. The timeline between Sargeras plunging his sword into Azeroth and when the crystal started pulsing light and void lines up. So we know that Sargeras' sword is the reason the crystal started pulsing light and void. What we don't fucking know is why. What did Sargeras' sword do? Now, there's some people that suggest it may have something to do with the old blood, or the dark blood of the old gods. I'm not entirely sure, because clearly Sargeras' sword loosened the blood of the old gods, and now it's all flowing down. The question is just why? Why would it loosen the blood of the old gods, and where was that blood located for that to have happened? I believe the same, yeah. I don't know if he stabbed an old god, but his sword may have rustled things and it loosened the blood somehow, and the blood started seeping through the corrupting veins of, in this instance, Cthulhu. And that's the blood that we're seeing, maybe? Troubleshooter, I'm listening to, like, jazz, and part of the jazz is Christmas music. I'm genuinely not trying to make you guys listen to Christmas music. It's just playing in the background. Just randomly doing its thing. Talk about is that I found out that my old teacher was a really bad guy, and I found this out 2 weeks ago and have the article. John, it's always very important then to separate the creator from his followers. People are bad, and people can be very evil, and I don't doubt that, not even for a minute. But that's why I don't judge Christianity based on the followers of Christianity. I judge Christianity based on the pages in the Bible. What does the Bible say? What does the Bible say about God and about how we're supposed to live? And then when I see a believer not living according to those pages, I know that they're not really a believer, right? Because they're not doing the things that they're allowed to do. So, I would be, because you'll have a lot of people mislead you. Like, a lot of people. Could have been when we put all the artifact weapons power into the sword. That could also happen. Of course, that could also be it. Also, the blood eventually reached Balador. It also poisoned the ground in Askahet, causing the famine. I know you missed what I meant, but by that, I just found it odd that I found out about this, and it was completely unrelated to religion. Oh, right, John. Yeah, I mean, I have a friend. I still care about him. Who did the same things. He was always weird. He was always a bit of an oddball. he was, and this we knew for a long time, he was himself molested when he was a child. So we all knew that, and he was very awkward and very weird. And then he got caught with an underage boy, but now the understanding is this boy was 16, I think, which is illegal in South Africa. But yeah, he was caught with this boy. It was actually his friend's son, and he was sent to jail for that. And now I know this is gonna sound weird, but I know he struggled. I know how much he hates himself, because he can't seem to get rid of the thoughts. He doesn't know how to, like, he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know how to get rid of the attraction. But at the same time, you know, he shouldn't be allowed anywhere near young people in any way, shape, or form. What are your thoughts on his son? James, I do not like him. I do not like him at all. Why do you ask? He's surviving. Prisoner says not a joke. He's out of prison now. I think he spent 6 years in prison. He's working for my uncle now. He basically has a small room on a car yard. Like, they sell secondhand cars. So he's very much away from society, and he's sort of happy to be there because it keeps him away from thoughts and bad people, right? Or at least the people that would get him in trouble. So he made that decision for himself to completely seclude himself from society and just live his own life and suffer through that problem himself. So yeah. Oh, James, we are going to look at that because there's a video about Asmongold talking about people hating him in Twitch, and Devin Nash also made a video about Twitch. So we are going to look at the Twitch drama. But no, I'm not a fan of Hassan. I'm not a fan of Hassan at the best of times because I don't think there's much intelligence inside of Hassan. But I specifically hate that he is allowed to say some of the... I mean, dude, you want to take what Asmongold said. Hassan has said a million times worse. Like, Hassan has said so many beyond crazy things. And he's protected. Completely protected. Like, there's nothing that he could do that will get anyone in trouble ever. He can just do whatever he wants, and Twitch will just always have his back. I hate that. Because it's so unfair. I don't mind if you're, don't want to ban him, but then don't ban anyone else. Just stop caring. Stizzlebear, I like The War Within. How do you feel about it? Michael, we don't have monasteries here, but I do get your point. Can anyone say life? There's plenty of people, though, who play WoW who meet their significant other in WoW. So, clearly it's not entirely true that World of Warcraft kills your sex life. But I'm not suggesting that. I think a lot of guys do have their sex life basically deleted because they're gamers. Or at least WoW gamers. Because I do think there's more... Funny story. In 2021, there was a survey done. Guess the most interesting thing about World of Warcraft. John, I did see that. Congratulations, Peter Lee. Some years ago, a couple met in WoW. Yeah, there's plenty of couples I know that met in WoW. So World of Warcraft is the MMO with the biggest difference between male and female gamers. In 2021, the study found that only about 20% of all World of Warcraft players are female. So if you are looking for the waifu, WoW really isn't the fucking place to look for it, because you are in an ocean of dicks. Kind of makes you wonder who all those people are RPing with, on the RP rounds. Thank you for us. That's tough. The actual women who play WoW? Gonna leave it. Yeah, it is 80-20, right? In Korea, Final Fantasy is 80-20, female to male. Yeah. So, boys, if you want to get yourself an Asian girlfriend, you have to go to the Korean servers and go play there. On hold on each other. Oh yes, Ferorius. I will read that, I promise. I saw you DM'd me. I haven't had an opportunity to check it out yet, but I will. Final Fantasy is dead though. Is it really? I see a lot of people complaining about it. What is interesting is people are complaining about the new Final Fantasy, and now people are also complaining about the War Within. Is it possible that gamers are just over MMOs? Is it possible that the wheel has spun to the point where gamers just no longer really want to play MMOs? Different could be spoiled. I think it could also just be MMOs had... So when we think about MMOs and we think about the advantages of MMOs in the past, MMOs used to be the only game that you could play if you wanted to play multiplayer games, right? So if you wanted to play with other people, an MMO was really the only game to do that. Almost all other games were single player. And then, yes, you had some multiplayer games like your shooters, but they were few and far between, and also you could only play with like maybe 6 or 7 people. So it was very difficult to get that social aspect of a game alongside the video game that you're playing. And MMOs really filled that gap. But when you think about games today, so many survival games are basically MMOs, right? They're multiplayer, but they do allow for a crazy amount of friends and stuff to play together. You look at Valheim, for example. You can go play with 10 of your friends and have a wonderful social experience there. Rust, almost every survival game. Most RPGs even that come out these days are multiplayer. So you can play with 3 or 4 of your friends and it isn't a problem. So suddenly, it almost feels like if you're a gamer that is looking for a more social experience, MMOs may not be the best offering on the market anymore. And I'll say it like this, and I realize there's going to be a lot of people that immediately sort of get angry at me. But when you think about MMOs, they are worse in genre of almost all other games. So you think RPG, there are far better RPGs than MMO RPGs. So in the RPG genre, there's many better games, right? That do RPG, so specifically the role-playing element of it. You think about multiplayer, just by the nature of the fact that in an MMO, you are forced to play with a big group of people rather than a smaller group of people that is tailor-chosen. So, for example, in World of Warcraft, I have to share the world with everyone else that is in the world. If I downloaded Valheim and I started playing that, I'm only sharing the world with the people that I invite to my server, right? So it's only my friends that I'm having this social experience with. You think about PvP. Again, there are better PvP games out there. if all you're looking for is the fight, if all you're looking for is the experience there, dungeon crawlers, there's better dungeon crawlers than MMOs. So in almost every regard, MMOs the strength of MMOs was in the massive multiplayer online. That was their strength. But with internet speeds becoming better, with technology becoming better, hardware becoming better, you now almost live in this world where you have to ask yourself, what is it that makes MMOs stand out more than literally any other game? I do not care about that new mount. People can buy it if they want, but I'm not interested. I would like Transmog tailored to my taste. Nothing off but that. When I do pugs, I always pretend to be male. There's too much potential for weird encounters I just don't want to expose myself to anymore. I get that, geeky. My honest opinion is that only WoW can kill WoW. Total WoW and Unreal, that's what will kill WoW. The in-game patch for Final Fantasy XIV comes in November, so right now it's the exact same content drought from the previous expansions. Not that content droughts are good. Content droughts aren't necessarily bad. Like, you can use content droughts for good and bad things. You know, like multiple single player games I can tinker with. You see, but this is, I'm literally just suggesting a possible reason why we've seen World of Warcraft basically constantly bleeding players. And even though I think the War Within is a much healthier expansion than ever before, you see the complaints, you see the constant complaints. I see it on Twitter. So this is more, you know, in my sphere of influence. But I've now, up until now, I've seen 4, and this is just in the last week. Just in the last week, I've seen 4 World of Warcraft streamers tweeting out that they're burnt out on streaming WoW. They're just no longer having fun streaming World of Warcraft. And they don't know why. But when they play WoW, they're not having fun, and it makes streaming WoW just very bad because you can't really stream something that you don't find fun. And then, you know, the weeks prior, even more streamers and content creators talking out about how they're no longer really having a lot of fun playing WoW, which is surprising to me, right? Hey, because this is new. So, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is surprising to me, and it is something worth exploring, I think. This is why variety is important. Variety is definitely important. You have to, but the problem is variety also kills Twitch channels. If you're a streamer known for something, the second you break from that something and start to do something else, you lose viewers. Like, guaranteed lose viewers. There's nothing you can do about it. You will 100% lose viewers. Boy, see, how you doing, bro? Of the War Within are great, but the end game gameplay is not that great. I hear this from a lot of people, but since I'm not doing a lot of end game gameplay, I don't really experience that. Mueller, how you doing? Obi Wayne, how you doing, sir? Do you might get more viewers and a whole new community? John, also true. Also true. The question is just, I think, what is it that you chase? I think that's very important. If you chase views, and specifically for people whose only income is Twitch, I think it can be very scary, because you can go from having 400 viewers to having less than 100 viewers by just switching the game that you're playing. And if you're someone who makes all of your money on Twitch, that's a massive knock, right? That is devastating on your bank account. So I think it's difficult. It's difficult for a lot of people. Viewers can smell desperation as well. True. I've seen this happen on Tim the Tatman streams as his community grills him for not playing Fortnite or Overwatch. Yeah, the one good thing is the larger your community gets, the more you will be allowed to play other games. Because at some point, your audience becomes its own entertainment. So once you get to like 1,000+ viewers, you might be playing a game that your audience isn't super interested in, but they're super interested in the conversation and in the community, and so they stay. And you'll see the audience just have debates and conversations with themselves while you're playing this game that they're not necessarily interested in, because, you know, they're there for other chatters as much as they are for the streamer. When you're a smaller streamer, and specifically when you're a very interactive streamer, take myself for example, I like sitting here talking to you guys. If I suddenly started playing like a super story game, that is literally the opposite of what you guys come here for. Most of you come here knowing full well that we're going to have conversations. Maybe we will react to 1 or 2 videos. You don't come here expecting to see story gameplay, right? So you have to be careful when you do those things, like when you go into something new. Piddly, I appreciate that. Thank you. So look at this. Imagine you have one of the favorite songs you like to listen to now and then. Then try to imagine listening to it all the time. All the time, you will get bored. That is also true. What is a streamer to do to be accepted as a variety gamer? Is it only view count, or is it some other stuff as well? No, I mean, if you make your name as a variety streamer, you will get a variety audience, right? The problem is, it is very difficult to grow as a variety streamer. Very few people get to do it. The best people for it are girls. Girls tend to grow the fastest in the variety frame, but almost all of them appear to have an upper limit. The upper limit seems to be between 1,000 and 2,500 viewers. It almost, like clockwork, you'll see a female streamer explode in the variety department. Go, like, few of them, most of them just hit like 1,000 viewers and then they basically just stay there forever. Some manage to break through and get to like the 2,500 mark, but then they just stay there. But then you take male variety streamers, 4 times as few actually make it past 100 viewers. In fact, I would say probably 1 in every 200 or 1,000 streamers, male variety streamers, will make it past 100 viewers. And even fewer than that, of the 1 in every 1,000 that makes it past 100 viewers, even less than that will make it to the first 1,000. But if they can get to the first 1,000, there's almost no limit. They can go straight to 50,000, right? No, Obi-Wan, I'm not for a second you're suggesting, 1,000 viewers, who gives a fuck? I'm also not suggesting that 100 viewers isn't amazing. It's all amazing. Having 10 viewers is amazing. You have to think about that. 10 people who come every single day just to listen to you talk. That's big, right? Most people don't even have 10 friends in real life. So that is big. The point I'm trying to make is, if we're talking about survival, so we're talking about someone that wants to be a Twitch streamer and they want to eventually do that full time. 10 viewers is not going to pay your bills. 100 viewers isn't going to pay your bills. 500 viewers isn't going to pay your bills. You want to get to about 1,000 viewers so that you can pay all of your bills. So that you can really pay. Now, some are luckier than others. You do get some who managed with a very generous community that will keep gifting subs and will keep donating money, they might actually make it a little bit bigger or make it easier with less viewers. But then you're also you're kind of hinging your entire future on the promise of your audience being willing to give you money. And that's dangerous. Because at some point, even the most Anarchozak, love you, homie. I'm out taking my boy to school, so I can't hang, but I'll drop you algo comments on the YouTube. Thank you very much, Anarcho. Really appreciate you, man. Good luck with your day. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yeah, even the most loyal viewer will not drop money forever. You'll have people who at one point will drop 100 subs a month, but then a year later, never again, right? So it's very risky if you're gonna go, well, all my viewers drop 100 subs all the time, so I make money. Not always, right? It's better to base it on something else, I think. John, I appreciate that. And I know my time zone is really shit for American viewers. I know that. Yeah, you need a clips channel. You need something on YouTube. But even there, most clips don't get a whole lot of views. I think most of the people that do clips don't get a whole lot of views. Yeah, but it's hard waking up at 5 a.m. Cthulhu, I don't expect you guys to be here at 5 a.m., just to be clear. I'm happy to just go live and be live and hang out with you guys for as long as I can, and then, you know, move on and go do other stuff. So I just like hanging. Fix that, move to Texas. Massey, yeah, I mean, that is easier said than done. But yeah, that would be one way to fix it. Would you say social media, Insta, Twitter, etc. is important for a streamer? Yes. Not Instagram and not Twitter so much. At least not from what I found. But YouTube, yes. TikTok, actually, probably better. Is great for a night owl. See that? Well, then I'm happy. Because I'm just going to stick with this schedule. It allows me to do all of the things I want to do in a day. And still make content. I remember making you laugh with my cyberpunk joke about the guy getting shot while running away. Good times. I love the time. It gives me something to listen to in the morning. You and Pirate Software are my go-tos any morning. Never be sorry for your time. Stan was here. How you doing, brother? Really appreciate that, man. Yeah, I mean, for a long time, I wanted to do this thing where, you know, I wanted to be live when all the viewers were there. Because everyone knows the peak time for YouTube or for Twitch views is from 6 o'clock my time to about 12 o'clock my time, 12 in the morning. That's like the perfect time. If you can stream during that time, you'll get all the viewers. Because that's when all of the European people are off work and all of the American people are awake. So that's the big boy time. And I used to be super, like, almost, I would change my entire sleep schedule to hit that time frame. And then I just thought, it's not sustainable. I need to find a way to stream sustainably. And I don't mean sustainability as in, you know, save the planet sustainability. I need to be able to do this for a long time. And if I have to continuously sleep during the day, be awake at night just so I can hit that weird stream moment or that weird stream time for me, I'm not going to keep doing it. It's not going to be fun for me. That's also why you guys will find my streams are no longer that long. It's very rare that I will do an 8-hour stream. I'll sit here and I'll talk for 3, maybe 4 hours, and then I'll go, right? As soon as I feel like, okay, I'm not really feeling that entertainment anymore. Like I'm not feeling that energy anymore. I go. because I want to give you guys the best possible experience for a stream for the longest period of time possible. And as soon as I feel like, okay, my energy's done now, then I just stop. Because what's the point? At that point, you're just basically keeping streaming, hoping that someone gifts subs or some shit. See, I think so. Especially for streams like mine, right? That isn't gaming streams. Because we're just sitting here chatting, I think... Because again, and I'm talking to the people that want to be streamers here. Everyone will tell you, be live all the time. Be live as often as possible. You can't be discovered if you're not live. So basically, get out there and stream as much as possible. Depends what you're doing. If your stream is gaming, sure, you can stream every day. People will watch games every day. If your stream is chatting, it might be better to do 3, maybe 4 days a week. Because remember, no matter how good friends you are with someone, you don't want to see them every single day. Even your best friend, you really don't want to see them every single day. So if you're live all the time, at some point your viewers are just going to be like, bro, I don't want to watch you now. What more can we possibly talk about? So it's always good to keep in mind, what is it that you're streaming? I mean, adjust your streaming schedule accordingly. Michael, that is also true. Laura, 6683, very sad indeed. John, wait, really? Yeah, I don't know if, that's not a good thing, man. I think she's at some point going to pay the price for that. Nothing is ever free in this world. But Asidio, people always talk about schedule. I am the least schedule-orientated streamer on the planet, I have to say. I suck at scheduling. And I suck at sticking to a schedule. I will stream when I feel like it. And some days you just don't feel it. Some days you just feel like, man, I'm going to waste my viewers' time if I go live right now. I just don't feel, I just don't feel like I'm in the mood to entertain. But I must say I'm sort of, getting better at that. I'm sort of trying harder now to stick to the schedule. And, I try to plan my life around the schedule so that when I'm streaming and I'm paying attention to it. Just your ear? Thanks for ruining it. Oh, Massey. You're most welcome, sir. It is my absolute pleasure. Segment of the player base that feels like they deserve to criticize it, while at the same time they don't even play it. Which will come online once or twice a day for a couple of hours per day. Also have days off. I like streamers to have schedules. I think everyone does. Can I ask, by a show of hands, how many of you like a streamer to have a very specific schedule? Like, exactly when they're going to go live, which days they're going to go live. How many of you prefer that? Timing Trader, by the way, how are you doing? You see, that's the I think that's the thing. As important as schedules are for streamers, just to know this is what I'm doing and this is how I'm doing it, viewers also plan their lives around the schedule of their favorite streamers, right? So if you like watching me, for example, if you know, right, he's going to be live Tuesday at 1 o'clock, Wednesday at 1 o'clock, Thursday at 1 o'clock, you know that you can do whatever you want before that and whatever you want after that, but you know at 1 o'clock, this is time to stream, right? And now we're going to hang out with Akko. So I get that. I fully get that. Because for a lot of people, streaming is more like watching TV nowadays. Like, how many of you use Twitch almost exclusively these days? Like, you barely watch anything else. You watch a movie every once in a while, but Twitch is basically your thing. You come to Twitch and you watch different streamers just do their thing. Sometimes when your live starts, Akko, and I'm busy at that moment, I get frustrated. Like, I won't be able to make it right now, but I'll watch it later if available, and that's a nice feeling too. I appreciate that, Nameless. So basically what you guys are telling me is I should stick to the schedule. I shouldn't start streaming earlier. I should start when I start so that you guys can plan your days accordingly. So yeah, of course, but I would say, just based on the feedback that I just got, I would say you're probably a minority there, because I'm pretty much like you. I have, I don't care when streamers go live. Like, if it's a streamer that I like watching, I'll watch whenever the hell they go live if I can. Like, for example, when Asmon goes live, it's whatever, right? If Asmon goes live at 4, I'll go watch. If he goes live at 8, I'll go watch. I like watching Asmongold's content. So I'm also one of those people that I don't even know my favorite streamers' schedules. I have no idea when my favorite... Usually what I'll do with Twitch is, once I'm done with all my work and I have nothing else to do, I'll open Twitch and I'll see who's live. Because I don't have notifications turned on for streamers. I don't want any streamers' notifications. Because it just spams my phone with bullshit. Actually, I'm lying. I have Asmongold's notification. And I have Sebi's notification. Rurikon streams on YouTube, so you can't really have notifications on there. But I do have notifications on for his videos, so I see when he's streaming. But for all other streamers, I don't pay attention to notifications. I just... When I have time, I'll open Twitch and I'll see who's live now that I follow, that I want to watch. But here's the thing, realistically, I know that's almost not the case, as something can happen during then. I currently do not have Twitch. I stream movies on occasion. I stopped watching TV years ago. I have no free TV, no Netflix or anything. I watch Twitch and use the money I would spend for streaming services to directly support the streamers I like. Yeah, I respect that. I very much respect that. Obviously, you're giving me money, so I like that. I would say I don't have Netflix. I have Prime, but I don't have Netflix because I find Prime is better. I don't know why. There's more shows on Prime that I want to watch. Still better, and that's also fair. You can watch all that crap for free. Yeah, not free on the ocean. Your me mateys. But it's not free. It's kind of free though. That's what I do when I sit down on my PC. I open 3 websites every time. Huawei, Twitch, and YouTube. I see who's streaming and I pick someone to watch. Yeah, I do the same. I want to use the streaming sites because they kept canceling shows I like and just run out of stuff to watch. I will be honest, I could probably disable my Prime sub at the moment, but that's how they get you, you know? They know that you're not going to go through the trouble of canceling the fucking service, so you may as well just keep watching or keep paying for it, because every once in a while you might feel like you're in the mood to watch something on Prime, but I will be honest, 80% of the time, there's nothing to watch on Prime. I'm rhyming a lot right now. Do you have any further evidence or clues regarding your theory about old gods actually being decay elemental lords before they became old gods? Not yet, Nameless, but I have a feeling that the next patch with the Haranir might provide a little bit more information. Who would do something like that? Outrageous. I hadn't even plugged in my TV for years. The only reason I did so in the past month or so was because I needed to watch the news because my country was getting fucked by airstrikes by the IDF. Oh shit, Massey. Are you okay at least? My thing is, sometimes I like your takes on WoW lore, but because I play so much WoW, my thoughts on gameplay are often far beyond you, no offense. So that's fine. I never claim to be an expert on gameplay. I do have thoughts on gameplay, and my thoughts only ever come from how I want the game to be so that I would play more. So it is important to understand when I make a video talking about the gameplay stuff that I want, it's based on my opinion on how I want it to be. And not everyone's going to agree with that, right? Some people are going to be like, no, I don't agree with that at all. I want this to be this way. And that's fine, right? I don't give a shit. Everyone likes it the way that they do. I would never force my way onto other people. On lore, though, just to be clear. So you don't have to worry, bro. You don't have to, like, be kind to my feelings or whatever. I'm happy with people disagreeing with me. I have a bunch of hate watchers as well. I'm not saying you're one. I'm just saying. I have a bunch of people that hate watch me. They disagree with everything I say, and they still watch every video. And they comment on almost every single video, something or the other. So it does happen. So many things from Amazon. So that's why I have Prime for the free shipping. See, I don't buy anything on Amazon. John, I appreciate that. Acedia, there really are people with so little going on in their lives that they can't help themselves. They hate you with everything in you, but they can't stop watching. And I think to some extent it does kind of make sense. I think a lot of people do that because they're hoping that you will have your downfall. Right? And they don't want to miss that. So one thing I will say about my hate watchers is they're not the same people. I had a lot of hate watchers at the beginning of my channel that sort of started to disappear. And then I got new ones, and then they started to disappear. And then I got new ones, and they start to disappear. And then I got new ones, and they start to disappear. And so it's not... They basically stick around for a while because they're really hoping you're going to fail. And then they can be there to tell you, see, I knew your shit. And then when they see it, well, he's not failing, they leave, and then new hate watchers join, and then they become the new group that's desperately waiting for you to fail. So, you know, it's like it's a nice circle that I'm on for him, and I don't like him. Apocalypse, love you too, bro. As long as they leave a comment and drive up engagement, they're helping you more than the silent viewers. Oh, yeah. The reason I know I have hate watchers is almost every single one of my videos that goes live will, within the first hour or so, have sometimes within the first 5 minutes, there'll be a downvote. Like, literally, I just started the video and bam, downvote. I'm like, you didn't even watch the video, you fuck. There's no way you could have. I literally just made it public. And they're already downvoting it. That's how you know you've got the best haters in the business. What I should hate this time? Well, they hate everything because they're hoping that you will fail. Serious question, Echo. Do you think I'm a hate watcher? No, because the way you're engaging with the content isn't how hate watchers will watch. So hate watchers will not engage with what you're saying. They usually come in and they're trying to stir. They're trying to stir stuff. So they'll constantly say the most outrageous shit in the hopes that you respond, in the hopes that you say something back. either to get you cancelled. There's been a few times in the past where we'll have someone come in and they'll ask a question in such a way that the answer may be the thing that they're looking for. Yuku, 71 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you. You're far too kind. Yuku, how you doing? If you have haters, that just means you made it. True. I started watching you mainly because you rightly pointed out that Nazoth got fucked. Well, he did. I'm glad you feel that way, mate. I think you're a good bloke. Thank you very much, John. Really appreciate it. Destro Kill, how you doing, sir? You should play games and just watch you in the background and respond to something interesting. Destro, I'm happy to have you, sir. I don't mind people who lurk. I know a lot of streamers hate that, and they sort of make lurkers sometimes feel very bad about lurking. Z Vengeance, how you doing, sir? I think, see, the way I view it is every single person, like a Twitch community is an ecosystem, right? And every single person in a Twitch community forms part of the ecosystem. And I think every single one of the parts of the ecosystem is equally important to safeguarding and allowing the ecosystem to exist. So, for example, I know subscribers are super important because you guys are literally the people that pay my bills. So when you're subbed, that's amazing. It's also amazing when people gift subs. But what now of the people who don't sub? Either because they can't afford it or because they just don't want to. You do get people that just refuse. They will not sub to anyone. They just watch. Well, there's a thing on Twitch called viewers, right? The number of viewers you have determine where you rank, higher or lower. So their job is basically to be part of that number that pushes the number higher to allow other people to see it who might come in and sub or might form part of the viewer number to get seen more. So viewers are just as important as subbers. And then you have the lurker. Now, with viewers, what I should really call them is chatters. Sorry, not viewers. Chatters. So you have people that they don't sub. They will never sub to anyone. Or maybe they sub to some people, but they won't sub to you. Doesn't matter. But they do chat. Also super important, because when you have new viewers that's coming in and they see a busy chat, they feel immediately as if this is something they want to be a part of, right? They want to be part of this because they can see there's a lot of things happening. So that's their job, is to create an environment where people feel like this is something they want to be a part of. And then you have the lurkers. Now, most streamers will look at the lurkers as like the bottom tier. Don't really give a fuck about them. Who cares? They're just wasting everyone else's time. Because they don't chat. They don't sub. Some do, but most don't. They just sort of watch. Well, that's where the viewers thing comes in. They're literally viewers. They help you go higher, right? And so more people can see you. So more lurkers join, more chatters join, more subs join. So in my view, it isn't a tier system as in subs are ahead, then it's viewers, then it's lurkers. It's more like this. It's the ecosystem. They're all important because if you remove one of them, the rest falls away. If you don't have your lurkers, your viewer numbers are going to be a lot lower. If you don't have your chatters, new people are going to feel a lot less willing to join the community. If you don't have your subs, well, you're not fucking eating, right? So it's everyone is important, and everyone should be celebrated for that. Now, sadly, I'll never know the lurkers because, you know, they don't chat, they just lurk. And that is sad, but I'm also glad that they're here, you know, and that they're hanging out, and that maybe they're finding something interesting to laugh at or to get angry at or whatever. Doing my part. Chat, you're all important to me. Well, yeah. What year were you born, Akko? 1985. I'm 39. Old as fuck, bro. Soon gonna be retired. I'm 83. Nice. Good. Nameless, what do you mean, wah? You didn't think I'm 39? $35. Nice. All right. Almost in the 30 club, my dude. Yep. Next year, 15th of January, I'll be 40 years old. Nameless, many people don't think I'm 39, but I really am. I don't know if that's a compliment or not a compliment. Because it either means I have very good genes and I just look young, or it means I act like a child and therefore people just think he must still be a child. So it's either the biggest insult in the history of the world, or it's a good thing. If you read this, have a nice day. Kiki, are you going? Being 40 sucks. Enjoy your last year, Akko. Why is being 40 bad? I'm a lurker, but I'll chat if I feel like. I have something interesting to contribute, entertain with. Tammy Trader, and I am happy to have you here. No gray hairs is pretty good for 39. I have a couple in my beard, although they're basically just there. But I don't think I have gray hair on my head, although maybe I do. I have no idea. Man, you're looking so fresh and awesome. Thank you, Nameless. I appreciate that. I will say, you know, I think joining the gym was the best decision of my life. You feel a million times better when you go to the gym 4 days a week. You try to eat healthy, losing weight. It makes such a big difference. And I never, you don't think about that when you're overweight and you're sort of, you think to yourself, well, I'm having fun, you know, I'm eating whatever I want and I'm enjoying it. But you don't really enjoy it because you don't realize how bad your life is until you start to lose the weight. I have to leave. See you all next time. Kiki, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out. I get the same compliment as well, but I just say it's because of all the sugar I consume as it's a preservative. I get that. As we got this video on the store mount, everyone made a line of long boys and told him why they bought it. I did not see it, but I saw the video, but I didn't watch the video, Cesius. But I mean, I do agree with him. I agree with him that there's no point in fighting anymore. I think we've lost the war against the mounts in World of Warcraft. Actually, I would go so far as to say I think we've lost the war against cash shops in video games. I don't think cash shops in video games are ever coming back or ever going away. I think the gaming industry has managed successfully to make gamers accept it. And if anything, you now have gamers that celebrate it, which is actually, I think, the worst thing. I don't necessarily mind the fact that you kind of accept it because what else are you supposed to do? But the fact that you now have people celebrating it. I mean, when this mount was announced, it wasn't as if, you know, you had people literally going, finally, we were asking for this. We're so excited by this. And you just ask yourself, well, why? What is the point? Why are you even playing this game if all you care about is that purple pixel and you'll buy it in order to get it? I don't think it's just WoW. I think it's most of the gaming industry. It's not just WoW. Look, Blizzard is doing whatever they know they can get away with. There's no use blaming Blizzard. If Blizzard didn't think they could get away with it, they wouldn't do it. It's as simple as that. It is as simple as that. I'm just quickly going to go pee. I'll be right back.
Emotional damage.
I just started getting a clue.
Really?
Yeah, I'm totally getting a clue.
Oh, that's giving me a clue. Yeah, I've got a raging
Bye-bye.
clue right now.
No, I'm lying. I'm still here. All right. How you guys doing? Welcome back. Welcome back. As a WoW Goblin, I have lots of in-game gold and full Blizzard balance. I never got to buy the OG Longboy, so it took me approximately 1.2 seconds to buy the new mount. I don't give a hoot what people think about that. Tammy Trader, as I said, I'm not judging people for that. Because fundamentally, it's... Human beings do not think long-term. No one does. The only reason most people don't like it is either from like a position like mine, which is I desperately hate the greed from Blizzard. Or people who can't really afford it, right? Or people who find like they have this principle to try and preserve the sanctity of something. But everyone does it. Everyone likes it or hates it based on a very subjective viewpoint. The objective part of it is the more you allow companies to be greedy, the more greedy companies will be. And that is, in my opinion, that's the issue for me. Is that we are allowing companies to become ever more greedy. And I don't know where the end is of that. Because you can bet your ass it's not going to be an end that people will enjoy. So... If I... Let me put it to you this way. Do you think that there is some kind of objective moral reason why Blizzard wouldn't start selling dungeon access or raid access for money? Do you think that there is some kind of reason for that? Sickness, how you doing, by the way? Anti-rack, not if they do it correctly. See, and that's the issue. The issue for me and for a lot of other people is you're talking about the sort of frog in the boiling water scenario, right? So you're talking about what's the English word for it? No, there's a word that literally describes the frog in the boiling water. People get used to it after a while. They normalization. So as you up the greed, as you up the amount of monetization that you put into the game, eventually, originally, it's very bad for players and players really don't enjoy it. But then slowly but surely it starts to normalize. So this thing sort of comes back to normality. Players accept it. So players will go up and they'll meet Blizzard on that front. And then you push the greed a little bit higher and players will again accept it, because you have to solve the cognitive dissonance within yourself. People feel very uncomfortable when they experience cognitive dissonance. So when Blizzard releases a new mount, you kind of go, wow, that's really greedy, and I really don't like that level of greed. But then slowly but surely you start to accept that greed so that you can keep playing and not feel awkward about it. And then they up the greed a little bit and you meet them there again because you want to lose the cognitive dissonance. Eventually you get to a point where the greed has now reached the level to where you can push the greed even higher. So let's start from the beginning. In World of Warcraft, the first ever mounts that went to the cash shop were actual mounts that were designed for the cash shop. And in a lot of cases, these were mounts that were special, unique mounts. So mounts that were very unique in terms of the game. It was mounts that you would almost never be able to expect or find in the game, because of how unique they were. Now, that is not the case. If anything, sometimes the mounts that they add to the cash shop will literally just be a recolor of a different kind of mount. They're still somewhat special, but we have just seen that Blizzard is now even bringing TCG mounts. So mounts that have existed in the game for a very long time are now just being dropped onto the cash shop. So it suggests that the access, the level of greed that is now acceptable within World of Warcraft has reached the point where they can now offer items on the cash shop that previously would have been thought untenable. If Blizzard 5 years ago dropped a TCG mount onto the cash shop, players, and I believe all players, would have been rightfully outraged by the fact that that mount is on the cash shop. Now, people have accepted it. At least a lot of people have accepted it. What happens in 5 years from now? What happens in 5 years from now when Blizzard releases a new patch, but the new patch doesn't have all of the dungeons? Only 4 of the 8 possible dungeons are available during or part of the subscription price. If you want the other 4, that's $15 in order to unlock the other 4. Not $15 a month, just $15 that you pay once, and then you have access to all 8 dungeons for the patch. And the raid is another $15 in order to gain access to the raid. Or maybe the raid is available for normal and heroic, but mythic is $15. So when do we reach the point where players also accept that level of greed? Because it will happen. If you think it won't happen, look around you. Look at the world around you. There are plenty of people that accept very evil things gladly because they've gotten used to the evil things. So people can accept just about anything. And that's the thing that I fight against. That's the thing that I hate, is the fact that it feels like that's where we're moving. And just to be clear, there's already games that have started doing that. Destiny 2, it is my understanding that in Destiny 2, the dungeon is an extra payment. So you don't just get the dungeon part of the expansion. If you want the dungeon, you have to physically pay for it. The expansion launches, you have to buy the expansion, and then you also have to buy the dungeon. I agree with you, Twisted. Lord of the Rings, Paper Quest. The problem is that it has a base game, then expansion. On top of that, it also has a cash shop. I mean, the biggest problem for me is World of Warcraft has the base game, it has expansions, and then it has a subscription service, and then it has a cash shop. It feels like we're very much double dipping here. Like you're already charging a monthly fee to play the game, and now you're also selling stuff on a cash shop. And as I said, I don't necessarily mind the amounts on the cash shop. I see why people are angry at it. I mind the principle because I'm not sure at what point does Blizzard drop dungeons onto the cash shop and players just go, dude, if you don't like it, don't do the dungeon. You have 4 other dungeons to play. You don't need to do all 8. I say, oh, I guess that's cool. No need to apologize. Princess, how you doing? Little bit of players every time they do that. I don't think they lose players. Princess, I think the amount of people that will tweet, I'm done with the game, and the amount of people that actually will be done with the game is not the same. They lose some, but not many. Fuck it, you convinced me. I'm buying them out. See, good for you. But they lock the currency required to upgrade your gear in the Super Battle Pass dungeons. Well, that will probably be one of their goals. I am still convinced that Trader Tenders is the first step towards an actual Battle Pass in World of Warcraft. If you look at how the Trader Tenders are set up and the way you unlock Trader Tenders, it already is a Battle Pass. You just don't pay for it currently. You get it for free. So it is the free track. But I'm convinced that in time, Blizzard will release a monthly $10 Battle Pass system. So you pay the $15 a month subscription, then you pay $10 on top of that, and that gives you access to the premium Trader Tenders, which then gives you all of this stuff as you do things, or maybe gives you some extra goodies that you can now buy with your Trader Tenders as a result of buying the upgraded Battle Pass. And they will almost definitely do it. This game possible and started being about making the most money possible. Stan, the one good thing is that I do believe. So I'm currently busy working on a video. Sometimes I wish I had researchers that could help me with this stuff, but I'm currently working on a video. I want to look at how much money the games industry has lost just in the last 3 years. So just going back to 2021 on woke video games. So the amount of games that have failed in the AAA industry as a result of woke. I have a feeling it's a lot of money. I have a feeling that we're looking at probably close to $1 billion in dollars that's been lost. And the reason I feel that way the reason this is important to me is a lot of people will tell you, dude, if you don't like it, just don't buy the game. It literally makes no difference to you. And that argument is so bullshit. That billion, or even 2 billion, whatever it ends up being, could have been spent making actual good games. And now you might say, but Akko, again, there are actual good games. Why do you care? And this is where I link it to the World of Warcraft discussion that we just had. Gaming has always and forever been seen as one of the safest investments you can make. Investing in a game company is almost bulletproof. And the reason it's bulletproof is gaming has always been recession-proof. It's the one industry that keeps going up no matter what happens to the economy. And again, there is a very good reason for that. Gaming, pound for pound, dollar for dollar, is the most cost-effective form of entertainment you get. You go watch a movie. How much is a movie ticket right now? What do you pay for a movie ticket right now? Let's say $20, right, for a movie ticket. Let's say $20. We're not including the Coke. We're not including the popcorn. So that's why I'm making it 20, because there will almost always be drinks alongside it. So let's say $5 extra, 20, right? 3 movies get you access to the price of 1 game. 3 movies give you about 4.5 hours of entertainment, give or take, right? 4 hours. So it's 1.5 hour per movie, generally speaking. So that gives you about 4.5 hours of entertainment. How many hours do you get from the most basic $60 game out there? If it's a decent game. A minimum of 10 hours. That's minimum 10 hours. Most games will offer way more than that, specifically if they have things like replayability, or in most cases, these days at least, games will offer 40, 80, 100, 150 hours. That's without replayability. So you could still replay that game. So you could easily have, most of us have games in our Steam library where we have clocked way more than 1,000 hours into that game, and you only paid $60 for that game. So when economies get tough, when life gets a little bit tough, when people start having less money, gaming is where people go. Because pound for pound, dollar for dollar, there is no better value for money than video games. Because of the entertainment value and the time that you can spend entertaining yourself in that industry. So for investors, and please remember, most investors are not gamers. They've never played a game in their lives. These are old folks that just put their money somewhere where it will be safe. Very rich people, but they don't play games. What happens in about 3 or 4 years when these investors start to realize that they keep losing money? We see with Ubisoft now. Ubisoft is in the midst of an investor revolt because Ubisoft keeps losing money. They keep making games that no one wants to play, and Ubisoft doesn't know what they're doing. They don't know how to do anything anymore because they've lost all of their creative people. So it does affect us. So when you argue about gaming, and when you talk about World of Warcraft and you talk about the greed, the untapped greed within the industry, it is important to know that there will be an end to that greed. And that greed will come crashing down when players finally no longer have that money. So when the economy gets bad, let's say something happens, we hope nothing happens, but let's say something happens and the economy gets really bad. And suddenly players really can't afford mounts anymore. They can maybe afford the $15 a month, but that's it. Then all of that greed has really made life hard, right? Suddenly, no matter how many mounts you put onto the cash shop, people just can't pay it. No one can pay that. They can barely afford the $15 a month. So I do believe that there will come a reckoning. There will come a day where companies like Blizzard will have to become more rational. The question is when? When will that happen? And will they learn from that? That's, of course, a whole different discussion. Because people don't always learn from their mistakes. I'm patient. I waited patiently to witness Bobby's downfall. I'll wait patiently for the rest of that company to crash and burn. Dude, I'm wondering, do we actually believe that it was Bobby's downfall? Do we believe that Bobby Kotick is actually to blame for the mistakes of Blizzard? For the greed at Blizzard? Because when Activision released Bungie, the developers at Bungie celebrated. They literally opened champagne bottles and popped champagne bottles because they were finally free of the evil Bobby Kotick. When's the last time you guys checked in on Destiny 2? When's the last time you guys checked in how things are going in Destiny 2? Destiny 2 is in shambles, by the way. It's absolutely in shambles. The greed of Bungie and Sony is unlimited. Like the amount of Bungie or Destiny 2 players that are sick and tired of the greed, as I've already explained to you. They have battle passes, they have expansions. More importantly, when new expansions come out, a lot of the content of the old expansions are literally what they call vaulted. They call it vaulting. Vaulting means you can no longer play it. The content goes away. So you may actually have a favorite area in the game, a favorite dungeon that you love doing, and Bungie just decides to vault it. And then you can't, right? You can't do it anymore. So even content that you physically paid for goes away because they vault it. They sell access to the dungeon. You don't get the dungeon included in the price for the expansion. This is a company that's gone beyond greedy. Once they left Activision. Now, on the thing with Mike Morhaime, I just would like to say, Z Vengeance, that's not entirely true. So here's exactly what happened, and it's not something we recently found out. Mike Morhaime even spoke about this. When they were making Diablo 3, they obviously, because there was always pressure to monetize Diablo. That pressure was definitely from Activision. The thing that Mike Morhaime didn't want to do is add a cash shop to Diablo 3. And so they came up with this idea that what if we made a real money auction house? So it's a way for players to make money and we make money as well. Because we already have auction houses. We want to put an auction house into this game. What's the worst that can happen? And so they made the auction house, right? What happened then is something that they, for some reason, could not foresee, even though it should have been so fucking obvious. People didn't play the game in the way that it was supposed to be played. People started playing the game for the auction house because it's a way to make money. I have a friend who famously, I told you guys about him before, he made about $4,000 a month selling things on the real money auction house in Diablo 3. That's how much money he made on the real money auction. He made bank on the real money auction house, right? And he loved it. He was actually incredibly sad when they removed the real money auction house, and Tammy Trader, I'm pretty sure you were too. Right? He was sad when the real money auction house got removed because fuck, right? That's a good income for him. It was Mike Morhaime also that removed it. Because it was Mike Morhaime that walked into the offices of the developers and said, hey, if you guys could remove the real money auction house, would you? And the developer said, yes. And he said, then remove it. And he was the one who then had to go tell Bobby Kotick and the team, we're removing it, and then take the fallout for it. So I get that. I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember FTC having a problem at the time. There were no talks about the FTC. There's a cashed in on the $90 amount, and they know people are going to eat it up. And I think they will do more of these. Oh yeah, Roderick. Yes. There's going to be many more of these. Was the real money, the RTM auction house good? When you say good, what do you mean good? Good for the game or good in general? It operated phenomenally well. Very fast. I even sold a couple of things on there. Wayne, the problem was in how it changed the way people played the game and also how it changed the... So a lot of people would, instead of equipping the best in slot item that they just got, they would throw it on the real money auction house. Which obviously isn't how the game was meant to be played, right? Because now whenever you got a piece of gear, you would think to yourself, man, I could make so much money off of this. So it created big problems within the game. It's fun, even if you sold gems or items for $5. Do you think it would ever come back? I don't think so. American Native. I think the problem with a marketplace like that is it will always create issues. No matter what you do, it will always create issues. Even if you could get it rid, because one of the things that I could see Z Vengeance being correct on is it creates a very nice playing ground for people who want to illegally move things, because you have all of these items in the game that you can suddenly use to launder money effectively, right? So I could see that as being a potential problem. But I would say, even if you could get around all of that, so even if, for example, you brought an auction house and you forced people to sign up with an identification document as well as their address and the this and the that, so it had to be all above board, right? Even then, I don't think it would ever be good. Not for the game. American Native, why would you want it? Just because it was fun? And then, of course, the question would be, how long will it stay fun? Will it stay fun into perpetuity, or is there a point where it will just no longer be fun? Dude, what I genuinely want to know, why articles like this? It doesn't have to serve a health benefit. It serves the fact that you don't stink. And why? But it doesn't have to make you live forever, but no one wants to sit next to other people on the bus when they smell like ass. When you can physically smell 4 days old shit on them because they have not taken a shower yet. It's nuts. Shenanigans right there. Are these anti-Asmongold ads? I have no idea. Someone round up the experts and have them follow their own advice for a month, Mr. Beast style. There's two ways that you can do something like this. One is to shower every single day. The other is to not shower ever. And you might say, wait, what are you talking about, Akko? It's genuinely, it is true. If you don't shower for long enough, it takes usually about a month and a half, you do actually lose all of your odor. Like, it does actually happen. Because a big reason why you start smelling is because the natural oils on your body is destroyed by soap. And once the natural oils come back, they're actually very good at cleaning themselves. Like, very good. The natural oil allows for dirt and bad stuff to just sort of go away. And also the bacteria that dies that creates that terrible smell, those bacteria get caught in the oil, and therefore they won't smell. I didn't try it, but I've read multiple articles, and I watched a YouTube video from a YouTuber who physically stopped showering. And he said after 3 weeks of not showering, he smelled like shit. Like, absolutely the worst smell. His wife even asked him to move out at one point because he couldn't keep up with it anymore. But he was like, he wanted to do this. He wanted to see what happens. And then after a month, he did move out. I think he moved into they have a room in their backyard. He moved into that room for the remaining. And then after a month, his wife started to say she can't smell him anymore. And he lived like that for, I think, another month. And no smell, no nothing. So that's the first way. You just never shower. And your body will take care of, you won't smell. Or you shower every day. The problem is if you just take a shower every 3 or 4 days, every shower you take destroys the oil and the bacteria on your skin that is meant to protect and clean your skin. So now you're allowing for a lot of dirt and bacteria to get onto your skin, but you're not showering, so you're not getting rid of that bacteria. And the oils are taking a lot longer to actually get on the skin after you've completely destroyed it. So you're going to end up with this very weird, like, you're basically constantly going to stink. The only time you won't stink is the day after you shower. The next day you'll stink again. As for a long time. Zero, there's a couple of things. So a lot of the research actually shows that soap isn't good for us. The oils on our bodies aren't actually supposed to be destroyed. It's not like we're not supposed to remove the oil in our body. The oil is good for your body. It keeps your skin healthy. But then you do get natural soaps that won't destroy the oil. It'll just clean you, but it won't destroy the oil. So there's probably an argument to be made that you should be doing that, at least. I don't know. We shower twice a day. You're in Southeast Asia. Prince of Diamonds says I shower twice a day as well. I don't like feeling dirty. Goes for it, but that's the problem, right? You're destroying the oil just to try and replace the oil. Then you have to destroy the oil. It's like a whole thing. The one thing that I don't do, that many of you might not do, but I don't wash my hair at all. I haven't used shampoo in a year, almost 2 years now. Almost 2 years. Next year, January, will be 2 years that I haven't used shampoo. Yeah. I shower twice a day, and I rigorously rinse my head. So I will 100% wash it or rinse it as best as I can. But my biggest problem was, for a very long time, I had the most oily hair ever. I would wash my hair in the mornings. By evening time, my hair would literally be oily. It would look as if I haven't washed my hair in days. Because it's just oil everywhere. I could take my hand like this, and my hair is this short. I would wipe my hand, like I would literally just take my hand from the back to the front, and I would take off my hand, and it would be filled with oil. And I could never understand. I used every type of different shampoo, moisturizer, whatever the fuck I could figure out, trying to get rid of all of this oil, and nothing would fix it. Nothing. And then eventually I watched the video on how bad shampoo actually is for us, or actually the scam of shampoo. Because shampoo is generally considered by most professionals to be a scam. Because, again, your hair has natural oils. The oil captures the dirt. So if you just rinse it with water, the dirt washes away. Now, unless you're going to take your head and shove it up someone's ass every day, you probably don't need to rigorously wash it with soap that destroys the oils, and now you have to use conditioners and all the rest of it to get the oils back onto it. So when I stopped using shampoo, within a month, I had no more oily hair problems. Zero. My hair isn't oily at all. You see, because what was happening is the shampoo was constantly destroying the oil. Then my hair would overreact, produce a shit ton of oil to try and replace the oil that was just destroyed. And then I would literally just destroy the oil again. Right? So it was that really shitty sort of cycle. And now that's completely gone. Use some kind of beard oil or other products for your beard? I have a beard oil here, but I rarely, if ever, use it. I'll use it sometimes, but not that often. It's easy as, why did your barber get upset? Ready next to the PC, just for that question. I have it next to the PC because this is where I'll use it. That's why it's there. It was difficult to work with. That's weird because I didn't have that at all. In fact, I was at the barber, what was it, month and a half ago, And again, they were like, they asked me, what shampoo do you use because your hair is so soft and your beard is so soft? And I was like, I don't use shampoo. And they were genuinely surprised. They were like, whoa, okay, cool. New shampoo either. Bicarbonate in water after workouts and vinegar once a week against calcium. Beer for shine. My hair has never looked better. Oh shit. That is quite a system, Tammy. That is quite a fucking system. Holy shit. I wouldn't go through, but then again, you're a woman. You have different rules. I wouldn't go through all that trouble. I saw someone the other day say, it's some article that said why makeup for men is becoming popular or something. And the article was asserting that men need to use makeup or something. And I remember just reading this and I was like, dude, I can't think of anything I would do fucking less. I can't imagine for a moment sitting in front of a mirror or standing in front of a mirror applying fucking makeup. I can't, like, nothing could make me less depressed than that thought. Like, every morning I wake up, I have to do makeup. Like, what? No. Never have a bad hair day. That works. Testosterone deficiency? Most likely. Like, look, girls have to look pretty and beautiful and awesome because you guys are pretty and beautiful and awesome. I don't think guys have to. And I wonder if you asked girls, like, honestly, do you like guys that wear makeup? Would you like to date a guy that takes as long as you do to get ready? We're down is one of my main features. Hey, that works, Tommy. If it works for you. Even applying sunscreen seems too much of a chore. I agree with that. I feel like a motherfucker that came from a long walk and handling all important businesses for today. At the very least, I can chill out now till next Monday. Nice, Digit. Do you use anything for your skincare routine? Nothing. Nothing. I have never used moisturizer in my life. Here's my routine. I get in the shower, I rinse my hair, I wash my body, I get out, I dry myself, and I get dressed. Done. That's my routine. I don't put cream on, I don't put moisturizer on, I don't brush my hair or anything. I just, whatever it is, it is. I don't think I have to, quite frankly. No makeup for men. I like that. No sunscreen if you go out. No. No. I don't go out that often. I only go to walk on the beach at about usually 5 o'clock in the afternoon. By that time, the worst sun is already gone. So right now, it's about 2:45. In about 15 minutes, I can go out into the sun and it won't be a problem. So I don't put on sunscreen. I've not worn sunscreen in forever. Like, probably. I think last time I was still in like high school. And that was only because my parents were sticklers for it. Actually, I'll go so far as to say I have never bought sunscreen in my entire life. Ever. Just go out and, live your life. Yeah, that's also true. But I do go out in the sun. I grew up knowing that there's certain parts or times of the day that you don't go out into the sun. For us in South Africa, it's between 10 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. During the height of summer, 4 o'clock, it doesn't have to be. What does the shirt say? Size matters. Kimmy, how you doing? It's the American flag with a bunch of guns. I only realized after I bought it that it's the American flag with a bunch of guns, but hey, I'll take it. It's good. People being less healthy, it blocks vitamin D from being naturally absorbed. Only wear makeup in the office, never at home. Sunscreen, however, is a must for everyone, please. Really makes a difference for melanoma. I mean, I don't, like I said, I only go out into the sun prior to 10 o'clock in the mornings and after 4 o'clock in the evening, in the afternoons. So for me, sunscreen would be wholly useless. I never spend a full day in the sun because I grew up. My dad's a medical doctor, so I grew up basically, even on holiday, we were never allowed to be on the beach the whole day, ever. We would usually go swim, say at like 8 o'clock, and then by 10 o'clock we had to be out, and then my parents would take us to like the mall or shops or restaurants. So we'll go around doing other things, and then after 4, we go back and we go swim. And then we can swim until like 6, which was always cool because here in South Africa, at least where we used to go on holiday, the sea is super rough from like, or till about 10 o'clock, the sea is like super rough. And then usually like 4 or 5 o'clock, the sea gets very rough again. And that was always our favorite time to swim. Because that's when like the waves are coming and you have to be very careful because the waves can throw you and do all sorts of weird shit with you. So yeah, that's how I grew up. You want to... Okay. You want me to show you without the mic? It's the American flag. Isn't it dangerous to swim at sea in your area? Depends. Dangerous how? Duke, how you doing, sir? Stefan, how you doing? Living in England, no need for sunscreen 99% of the time. Dude, I will never forget my first summer in England. I will never forget my first... Actually, not even summer, spring in England, right? So it's springtime. The sun is out, but don't let England's sun fool you. It doesn't warm shit. It's about 18, 19 degrees Celsius. It is cold. Me and my friend from South Africa, we're wearing jerseys. Suddenly, everywhere in England, like every shop window, has a poster saying, be aware of the sun. Don't be out in the sun too much. Use your sunscreen. Remember, just 10 minutes in the sun can give you cancer and all the rest of it. We're standing in the sun, and the sun isn't even strong enough to warm us. And you see all the fucking British people sitting like this out in the sun, like wife beaters on. They're wearing these little wife beaters, just sitting there going, it's summer now. Everyone has shorts and fucking flip-flops on. It's summer now. And we're still wearing jackets because it's cold as shit. It's still not warm. I'll never forget that, bro. I was just like, I was looking around just thinking, what is happening? Like, this isn't summer. These people don't know what they're talking about. This is still mild winter. Never swam in the large waves. The seas in your area are too calm, Akko. It's like a large lake. You mean where I live? Yeah. Because it's the way the bay is formed. So I live in a place called False Bay. And the reason it's called the False Bay is a lot of ships found out in not the greatest of opportunity, or not the greatest of instances, that it kind of works a little bit like this. So you have the ocean, and they say this is the water level. You have the ocean coming up, right? And then suddenly it forms like a massive... So if you go deep enough into the ocean, you can eventually stand on this giant sand bank that will literally just your ankles will be covered in water. So you're literally standing in the middle of the ocean, effectively, on a massive sandbank, and it's huge. It runs the whole breadth of the False Bay. It's just this giant sandbank. And that's what causes the waves to be smaller, because a lot of the force of the ocean gets broken by this giant sandbank, and then it has to rebuild force after that. And so sometimes the waves are very big, but that's usually when the ocean has made a bit of a dent in that sandbank, so it pushes really up and it makes big waves. Otherwise, there's no waves. Or at least there's waves, but not great waves. Similar to here in Sweden, but we do not have that much in a fair of it. I like South Africa, Princess. I like it. I think most people will enjoy it. Cape Town specifically. I don't necessarily, I wouldn't suggest going anywhere else in South Africa, but if you want to visit South Africa, Cape Town is where you need to be. Almost definitely. I wouldn't go anywhere else. Because all the other places suck. Cape Town's good, though. Beautiful. People are amazing. People are super friendly. The food is awesome. There's so many fucking cultures here. No matter what food you want, you'll find it somewhere in Cape Town. Some place in Cape Town is selling the food that you want. Sharks, orca, etc. Different. Okay, so yes, we have great white sharks. We have hammerhead sharks. We have a couple of other breeds of shark. Although where I am, not as many. They are here, and you'll find them here, but not as many. It's a little too cold for them. Where I am specifically, they prefer the water that's a little bit more north. To where I am, because this water is fucking cold. So usually there's fewer sharks. Not that there's no. Great whites do not mind colder waters, but they prefer the water that's a little bit more north. Because they don't have to go far. As the ocean goes probably 100 kilometers, 150 kilometers, and the ocean's temperatures rise significantly. Here where I am, the water here gets influenced by the cold stream that's coming from the other side. So if Africa sits here and I'm here, there's a cold stream that comes from this way. There's a cold stream that comes from this way. And then there's the hot stream here. So this hot stream is very much influenced by the cold streams coming from the Arctic as well as from Europe up here. Does it get really cold there? Cape Town in general? No. I would say Cape Town, the thing that makes Cape Town amazing is the winters are incredibly temperate. So it's sort of like average winter temperatures, maybe 15 degrees Celsius. Let's say between 10 and 15. Never close to zero. Ever. The coldest I've seen it here was, I think, 4. And that was only at nighttime. 4. Summers are also pretty good here, because summers, generally speaking, 21 to maybe 25 degrees Celsius during summer. Here and there will be maybe like a week or so where it will go to 30, 33, 34. But that's very rare. So maybe like one day, and then the wind comes back on and it's done. Sharks do not eat too many tourists. There shouldn't be a problem. I know there's been shark attacks, and there's at least one shark attack every year, but not like crazy. Yeah. Digit, what do you mean, have I moved my cupboard to the right? I mean, I still have... It's right here. Chat might just be in the way. Is it more kind of humid? Humid. Super humid. That's the thing that makes it a little sucky. Our humidity the other day was 100%. During summer, it's always between 80 and 100. Always. Yes, Digit. But remember, I had my desk for a long time like this, and then the bookcase was behind me, and then I moved. When I got the new standing desk, I moved the desk from here to this, and so I put it on this side. Yeah, but that's a while ago, actually. When's the last time you actually paid attention to what's happening on screen? So what are you guys going to do today? What do you guys have planned for today? Any big plans or not so much? Work. Yeah, but other than work for me, obviously work is going to be there. Yeah, Digit, the light is definitely interfering with that. Just a work day. Play Elite Dangerous and try to help a local politician. Help with what, Princess? Getting ready for trick-or-treaters tomorrow? Oh yeah, you guys. How many of you celebrate Halloween? Let's get some, let's just get a show of hands. How many of you celebrate Halloween? Oh, holding cargo. But why are you doing that? Work, play, take a self-care basket to neighbor whose husband died a few weeks ago. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's rough to me. But nice of you to do that. My wife forces me to help her not candy. CCS, you're South African, you fuck. What are you doing for Halloween? Like, do we even celebrate Halloween here? Local politician in game. Oh, an elite. Oh my fuck, Princess. Yeah, I did not get that. I thought you were playing Elite Dangerous and then afterwards you're gonna go help a local politician. I don't care about Halloween, but I may see a scary movie. See, I don't watch scary movies. And I also don't celebrate Halloween. There's literally, like, I don't think we love Halloween. Some complexes are walking to the houses with their kids for candy. See, this is the one downside of Cape Town. There's fucking Americans that live here, and they're bringing their shitty holidays to Cape Town. This is the problem. If you go to Pretoria, ain't no such shit happening. No one celebrates Halloween in Pretoria. And I would bet Joburg doesn't either. Polokwane doesn't. But here in Cape Town, because there's Americans living here, we're starting to slowly but surely become Americanized with celebrating Halloween. As if that matters. I've not seen a single sign anywhere of Halloween. Yeah, we do celebrate Christmas, Princess. Christmas is big. I expect Christmas music to start playing any day now. Luckily, it hasn't happened yet, but I'm pretty sure it's fucking coming. Like, you guys know it's coming, right? It's usually... When do the Christmas music usually start? It's now, right? It's after Halloween, no? I'm from the Halloween capital of the world. It sucks. I hate it. And anyone who celebrates it. What's the Halloween capital of the world, Stan? Salem. Holy shit. Nice. Black Friday kicks off the holidays? No, but the music starts before Black Friday almost. Definitely. I don't believe it. Because our music usually, like, I guarantee you within the next 2 weeks. Dude, where has this fucking year gone? Can someone explain that to me? Where has this year gone? It genuinely feels like it was January just a few weeks ago. Like, I could not believe it when I looked at the calendar and I was like, bro, it's almost November and it doesn't feel like this year has been a year long. It just doesn't. I don't know where the fuck the time went. Like, what did I do for more than half of this year? Did I just black out? And now I woke up and I don't remember it? I don't know what's happening. Some stuff in the stores in Denmark already? Oh, nice. What stuff do you have? Fisherman surfing fast? No, right? It feels like this year went faster than any other year on record. But it also feels like that maybe because so much shit is happening all the fucking time. Like, things just don't slow down. Tammy, I had not a girlfriend, but kind of a girlfriend who used to live in Denmark. And I know the cookies in Denmark is nuts. So that's cool. Wish Halloween was on the weekend. You're getting older, everything goes faster. Yeah, but dude, this year in particular, it can't be like that. Last year still kind of felt like a year. This year didn't feel like a year. I can't believe we're basically at Christmas. I'm stunned. Just knowing, yep, Christmas is about to happen, and then it's fucking January again. And January is always the longest month. It always feels like January just doesn't end. Well, work was a shit show this year, so the whole year passed. Cesius, I don't understand how you're doing Halloween in South Africa. Chili con carne and horror movie night this Saturday. Oh, fuck me. You guys are so American. Is your wife or girlfriend American? What's going on? Like, I don't get it. I heard something funny. Because there's a guy in our church who's married to an American girl. And he told me they've been married for, I'd say 15 years, but it's longer than that. People in South Africa still refer to his wife as the American. Even people that know them, they'd be like, oh, where's the American? that shit is funny. South Africans are just so fucking... Sorry, I just thought of that when I asked, because it sounds like you people are celebrating the fuck out of this American shit. Chili con carne, whatever the hell, and Halloween. It's very Americanized. The world seems to go faster because it isn't boring enough. Too much going on now. True. Like, you just wonder, if 2024 was as eventful as it was, what the fuck is going to happen in 2025? Like, who's invading who now? Because it feels like the world is basically at war now. Done in South Africa, done like this. I don't know, right? I don't know. I know South Africans are closed off, like very closed off. Yeah, but apparently she's still referred to as the American. Just reasons to hang out. I like all the celebrations. Yeah, but I don't like Halloween celebrations because I didn't grow up with it. I don't know what what's the point? People dress up in scary shit and then what? Well, like, what do they do after they've dressed up? Iron Tumba, how you doing, sir? I mean, we're at the end of the US elections. We can guess what's happening next year. War! Yay! Oh, man. Will you take a Christmas break and visit family? I rarely take breaks, Princess, but I'll probably take a couple of days. But it's rare that I take breaks. Like, I'm usually I won't stream on like Christmas Day, or if I do, it'll be like just a couple of hours just to hang out with people who maybe don't have family or whatever, because I know there's a lot of people that don't celebrate Christmas or don't have people, so I try to stream maybe for a couple of hours and then I'll go do whatever family wants to do. But I never take time off Like, I haven't had time off in 4 years, maybe. Very cute or fun. Yeah, but what do you do now that you've dressed up? So you're dressed up in your whatever costume you're wearing, and then what? Go to a party, get drunk, and fuck a vampire. All right, so I don't go to parties, I don't drink, and I don't want to fuck a vampire. So what would I do? Listen, family, how you doing? Oh, that's gonna be fun. For the next 4 years, we'll hear how, you know, the other side cheated in the election. Which technically, I don't think they'll be wrong. But I don't think whoever wins the election will not have won it fairly. They'll be the winner, but not fairly. Cartoon, you hang out, eat, have a contest, whatever you want. Oh, so basically, there's no point. You don't want to have sex with a vampire? You're beyond my help? Dude, why would I want to have sex with a vampire? Like, there's no point in that. I won't have sex anyways because I'm not married, so that won't happen. But even if I were married, I wouldn't want my wife. Well, actually, is she dressing up like Celine in Underworld? Because I could fucking swing that. Holidays are kind of lame, to be honest. Yeah, but that's how we like it, Cesius. We like having lame holidays where no one really gets into the fucking spirit of things because we're a serious people. We're a serious people. We don't fuck around. We're not like those Americans across the pond that fuck around and have all sorts of parties and bullshit and don't take life seriously. We get shit done here in South Africa. We don't party. Maybe he prefers a werewolf. Why is the vampire important? No, I would definitely fuck a vampire before I fuck a werewolf. Like, what? Werewolf would be very weird. Get a jiggle down Halloween Echo, also known as gold diggers. Ah, shit. That got real fast. Imagine if the Amish had to do American holidays. That's what the whole South Africa is. Yeah, and we're proud of that. I don't know. Does South Africa have Amish? Let's fucking see. I know a guy that his version or his theology of Christianity comes from the what's the guy's name? The guy who basically the Amish's theology is based on this guy's theology. He believes in the same thing, but he's not Amish himself. The Amish, according to him, take it a little bit too far, but they're called Anabaptists, actually. No, there are no Amish people in South Africa, but there is a religious tribal people in Zimbabwe called the Zulu, who are similar to the Amish. The Zulu are a branch of the Shona people and are cut off from modern amenities, similar to the Amish Christian communities in the United States. So there you go. So the Amish are a Christian church that originated in the Anabaptist movement in 1525. They are known for their emphasis on simplicity, community, adult baptism, separation from popular culture, pacifism, and separation of church and state. The Amish have settled in many places outside of the United States, including Canada, Bolivia, and Argentina. In the United States, the Amish, how did they get there? The Amish are commonly found in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana. The largest Amish settlement is in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, and the surrounding counties. It's interesting, actually. I watched, this was a while back, but I went down a rabbit hole where basically for a week I was just watching videos about the Amish. Dude, say what you will about this, people, but fuck me. You want community? The Amish has it, man. In spades. They no lie, their communities seem phenomenal. Super close knit. Everyone knows everyone. Everyone helps everyone. They're really cool communities. I wouldn't be able to live like that because living without a computer would be very bad. But you still sort of have to think, wow, this is pretty cool. Yeah, now technology is really rough. It's a little bad or a little bit rough in my opinion. Anyways, let's quickly watch this. I wanted to watch this video.
So there have been a lot of leaks of Twitch.
I wanted to watch this video because, well, it says Twitch hates me behind the scenes. And I wanted to know what the hell this is about. Should we not do a holiday for our autumn season? Why would we do a holiday for our autumn season? Who celebrates autumn?
So there have been a lot of leaks of Twitch, and some of the leaks on Twitch have actually been talking about me specifically.
Let's get right into the news with the first fucking screenshot sent to me. This right here really speaks to the culture of what Twitch is. This is Twitch culture right here. So what we have here is in their internal Slack, we had a person make a post like, hey, that's interesting. Twitch has blocked new users from Israel. What's the first reply from Twitch people? It was from a safety developer. What has anyone from Israel ever done for Twitch? Nice.
What? Dude, seriously? People in a company should maybe not be writing things like that? Oh, different, you'd be surprised. No matter what studio it is, no matter what company it is, there's people inside those companies that are sick and tired of the bullshit. The problem is that oftentimes in these major tech companies and game companies, they're very much isolated. So they don't have they don't have the ability to make any changes themselves. And so they leak these things in the hope of shaming the company into making these changes for them.
Culture, Twitch, nice culture. 2 thumbs up. Oh, someone hearted it. The one who hearted it was Senior Trust and Safety. Based.
Of
Wait,
course.
can I get the
Wow,
slogan clip?
nice.
Based.
Base?
Based. And this one right here was just a lowly engineer, the lull, as you can expect, because engineers are just... When they told me they'll block account creation in these 2 regions, so here's someone who knows about it, Israel and Palestine. For those of you guys who are like, oh, so it's not anti-Semitic, they blocked Israel and Palestine. The first thing to know is that the PS, Palestine region code, is almost meaningless at this point in time. Gaza, in the West Bank, gets most of its internet, not from there, but from Egypt, from Lebanon, and from Jordan. Those are the 3. So this does nothing. Remember the block they put in? They said it was for email only. What the f? And it's in place to stop extremist content. Like they think that a fucking terrorist is going to be holding a MacBook in their hand while they do fucking jihad. Like,
Well, they might. You never know. Don't judge the terrorist like that. What's stopping him from putting the bomb in the laptop?
As a matter of fact,
they're not going to use a phone or something. Are you fucking high?
to be fair, they're probably not. MacBooks are really expensive. They probably use like a Samsung phone or something like that. Like, there's no way they're going to use a MacBook.
Never mind the fact that it was a full
Well, maybe
block.
one of the hostages they took maybe might have a MacBook, so they could use that one. But
True,
otherwise,
actually.
Okay, it wasn't just email signups, it was mobile as well. The only people who could sign up, unironically, which is kind of funny, are those that were in Gaza and Palestine. So it actually only blocked people that lived in Israel. How fucking funny, huh? How fucking based? Based? Anyways, when I told them that they would block account creation in these 2 regions, I told them it was a bad idea. Censorship. But they didn't listen. They didn't listen. Okay? And then they forgot to remove the block after the
RIF. What's
I forget the
RIF?
plays on programmer term. 7 face palms there. Now this is again the incompetency at the company. I hope that Twitch as a company is just led by a fucking moron that wants to be liked by OTK, has no management skills whatsoever. That's what I want to believe. So he keeps putting all.
Well, wait a minute. No, I don't have to worry about that. Hey, you know what? You think whatever you want. Look, I've said it before. I like Dan. I've said it many times. So hey, maybe it's working, right?
People that everyone likes together instead of actually trying to build a business. Well, anyways, on to this next message here. Twitch doing something without remembering to undo it later? What? Never. Yeah. This message brought to you by the video organization who did this all the time and a bunch of omegalols. So what we have is it's so funny that this company is so fucking incompetent that they have people
How bad does this get, boys?
All right, let's go on to the next one.
The internal jokes are about them fucking up. Yeah, that's good.
Oh, someone leaked. And then what else did they leak? First off, they leaked that they laugh about the way that the code was put into the... So this is a code that was leaked to stop anti-Semitism. And they say they actually hard-coded it. They're laughing. And then at the bottom, look at this. Look at the culture here. Dropping a JIRA ticket in there seems suspiciously cover your ass. They're like, so the engineer, the poor bastard engineer who had to put this code in place to block all of Israel is like, I'm putting a fucking JIRA ticket in here saying that like the crazy lady in Trust and Safety with the purple hair who hates Jews or whatever, she told me I had to block Israel. That's why I'm doing it. Just to be clear.
It's not me.
Yeah, why not?
What he was doing was, because so apparently they're saying that's like unusual.
Hey, he's just doing his job. He doesn't want to get fired. Look, he didn't go to school for. He got student loans to pay. Yeah. Okay, sure. You want me to block
That is a based
okay,
engineer, actually.
To do this.
I just work here, bro.
JIRA is like a ticket management system. So it's like instead of just committing a line of code, he committed code, and then he's like, above that code, there's a line. Please see this link to see why the I did this. Please don't send me to jail. When Amazon finds out that all the grants and Twitch finds out that all the grants they got from the government require that we don't block Israel, and we did it. Oops.
Oops. Dude, I don't know if you guys saw.
This could be pretty big.
I don't know if you guys saw Jeff Bezos a few days ago wrote this massive article in the Washington is it the Washington Post or some website like that, one of his media companies. He owns the Washington Post, no? But basically saying we're not trusted by the American people because we've been way too biased in the past, and it's time for us to get back to being a middle of the road, trustworthy news organization. I wonder if Bezos isn't going to start cleaning house at Twitch as well, given the fact that this company is anything but fair.
Big. This could be
Jim, how you
really,
doing,
oh
sir?
God. Oh no.
Nah, it's not going to be good.
Well, the ability to dynamically block signups based on criteria that could have been coded sometime in the last years that Twitch has been blocking things instead of just appending to a single file. So they're basically saying, you know, why?
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. I think Jeff Bezos. I don't think Jeff Bezos actually cares, right? I think people who get to that level of society don't really give a shit about who is in power. They don't really care whether it's Republicans or Democrats. But I do think he is starting to realize that the winds are shifting, and it might be time to no longer be as left-wing as, you know, he's allowed them to be for a while.
Why do we not have like a proper system to do this instead of writing a hardline piece of code in there? It's the first time Twitch has ever blocked a country. Let's just give them a pass. It's real nice, by the way, that the country that they ban is Israel, the one that right now everyone in the world seems to hate, the far right, the far left, everything. Have we banned Ukraine? Have we banned Russia? I think there's a lot of...
I think that we did ban Russia, to be fair. Did
Yeah,
we ban
Russia was banned.
My understanding is that we did. Am I wrong about that or not? No?
Wait, was Russia not banned? I thought Russia was banned.
So they banned Israel and not Russia? I don't know.
their own videos and streaming going on there. Might be good to ban those countries from signing up too. Why only Israel? That's weird. I got every single scandal that Twitch has.
That is weird.
Every single one. You know the funny part also? You're like, oh man, Twitch right now is probably looking for the one Jewish employee that's worked there in the last 20 years. This guy that leaked it to me, he's actually not Jewish. He's like a Palestinian activist. And he's like, I just fucking hate Dan Clancy. He is so fucking cringe. He just wants to be liked by everyone else. He's shit at his job. The saddest thing, allegedly, don't know if this is true, but he said, during COVID, when everyone was fucking locked up and he came in there, he was trying to look cool on a Zoom call, lifting weights in front of everyone else when people were fucking dying in front of them. Based? Dan Clancy is more obsessed with...
Dude. Wow. Really? Okay.
Being liked by OTK than...
I'm gonna stop. Right back. I use the bathroom. This is too good. Oh god, this is too good.
I don't think he cares about
A lot of
OTK.
people are saying I'm shadow banned. I actually just I you know, while I'm taking a piss, I'll like look at my phone, and I've a lot of people have been sending me screenshots of me being shadow banned.
Wait, really?
That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know what to say. You work as a regular bat? I guess so.
How does he know?
Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I mean, his viewers seem to know
building
he's
a product
there.
that people give a shit about. I'm gonna caution this. Just because you're Arabic or have an Arabic name does not mean anything. It means fucking nothing, okay? But I'm conspiracy pilled because every time I look up anything on the site, ever, it's always like if I flip a coin 1,000 times and it's like anti-Semitism on one side or incompetence or I don't understand on the other, every single time it's been anti-Semitism. Every single time. So anyways,
wouldn't
this
deny
is an Arabic
that.
guy that was in customer trust.
Dominic, how you doing,
Trust
bro?
and Safety team. I don't agree with people calling this anti-Semitism. Sign-ups from Palestine were also blocked. Yeah, right. Except for the fact that nobody fucking uses that shit. This person could be the world's biggest Jewish activist. I have no idea. I'm just putting that there for context. I'm sure people will.
Dude, how would they even know if sign-ups from Palestine was blocked? The Palestinians were being bombed to fuck. Like, ain't no one streaming, you know, while that shit's happening. They had Call of Duty IRL. They didn't need to use Twitch. What are we even talking about here? Plus, we know for a fact that that's not true. Palestine was only blocked because they blocked Israel. Palestine wasn't blocked because of Palestine being blocked. That's just obvious nonsense.
Will love to clip this and be like, oh, he said Arab, he's racist. I just put there, and I prefaced it pretty clearly with my feelings on the situation. This is the Asmongold was banned after.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is where it gets interesting. No, he's a Twitch passive. Jump based.
Well.
True.
Oh boy.
After racist rant about Palestinians. This guy, this is nothing. Shout out to Kotaku for not putting the word racist in quotes like some other sources. And then this guy here, you mean like some other journalists? Now, I'm taking a leap here by doing the triple parentheses, but this is the same person that said this line right here. This is the safety developer. The same person who said, what has Israel ever done for Twitch? That's the same person who said that. So you could say, Dan, you're breaching. That's definitely not triple quotes. It sure fucking reads to me like anti-Jewish. Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong. God, we got more shit. I thought we were done. This is an interesting one. Right now, the current...
It's crazy. It's crazy. They're talking about me, thinking about me. It's honestly like racist, Skull. As I said, bro, somebody in Nick's stream called me Genocide Andy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I thought it was funny.
It is funny.
Trust and safety policy manager or manager of something.
Love you.
I forget.
Yeah, they
but
love
basically
me.
One of the highest up people at Twitch. This person's last job, they stepped down after an investigation in front of Parliament, in front of the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. It was on TV. You guys probably saw this story. They stepped down because they were being investigated for anti-Israel sentiment or activities or whatever the fuck you want to call it. So,
senior manager and Twitch safety and trust team has been suspended from prior job for anti-Israel sentiment.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Bro, the tech industry, actually, I would say the pseudo intellectual left-wing community in America has lost touch with reality in a major way. You have so many people just sniffing up the lies about the world around them, you know. And what's interesting is these are the very people that call you and I, consistently call us racist, call us far right, fascists, bigots. You know, you take your pick. Choose a fucking name, they've called you that. And what they don't seem to understand is that Hitler would be proud. Like, the way these people are acting, dude, Hitler would be... Like, he would probably give them medals for how they're acting and for the things that they're saying and the things that they're believing. And they are too stupid to see that they're doing... They are becoming the fascists in front of everyone's eyes. This is the first time, I think, in a very long time in America where one can say the far right and the far left have something in common. Both of them despise Israel. Absolutely hate Israel. Hitler would win Rising Star of Twitch 3 years in a row like Frogan? Yeah, of course. At the moment, dude, Twitch would literally offer him partnership plus program. You think you can get 70% revenue share? Hitler would have 95% revenue share on Twitch if he started streaming tomorrow. Dude, they would have his fucking speeches on the front page all the time. All the time. Like, I can already see the Twitch tweets. You know, just using Hitler's speeches and using Hitler's face to say, sign up to Twitch now. You know, come have fun with us over on Twitch. Look at this funny dude saying all these anti-Jewish things on our platform. You've written a book about how he deals with it before. True.
That's interesting. Wow.
this is a trust and safety manager here. This is a good one here. This person is basically defending this person. I've had a chance to talk with this person. I think she has great policy ideas and practices. I don't really like the idea of the pitchforks over things that are murky, blah, blah, blah. By the way, do you know who this guy is that I found out? This guy in red.
Just quickly see here. Yeah, these things are not the same. This was similar to the issues we were seeing with the protests in the US. People being against the actions of Israel and those protesters getting accused of being anti-Semitic, when that's not the case. Definitely seems to be another case where someone was caught up in that situation, that any form of criticism on a government's actions is being considered as hateful racist. It is hateful and racist. The word anti-Zionist, or just the concept of Zionism within the context of how it is used by the left, is 100% anti-Israel. It's 100% anti-Jew. 100%. Because they use the word anti-Zionist because they know that it gives them cover, right? They can use that as a little blanket to hide behind. But then you listen to the things they say. We'll make this very clear, very clever for everyone. If you have ever heard anyone say or agree with the statement from the river to the sea, they are not anti-Zionist, they are anti-Semitic. That's it. From the river to the sea, if you know anything about Israel, you will know that the entire country of Israel have a river on the one side and the Sea of Galilee on the other. So if you say from the river to the sea, what you are effectively saying, because this is a Hamas statement, the whole of Israel must belong to Palestine. If it was only about Palestinians being free, you wouldn't have to include the from the river to the sea part. That is included because it means the ethnic cleansing of all Semitists or of all Jews in the area. Because that's what Hamas wants. And don't let anyone fucking tell you any differently. It is so easy. Literally just Google, right, Hamas leaders and how they speak about Israel. They don't just want Palestinians to be free. In fact, the Hamas leadership couldn't give two shits about the Palestinians. They don't care about any of that. What they care about is Israel. And what I never understand, what is so fucked up about how stupid people on the left are, and I mean the far left in this instance, have you guys seen these videos of a phone aimed at a hospital door, and then suddenly the hospital door slams open and there's these doctors on top of the patient trying to heal the patient, and it's just like another bomb victim in Israel, in Palestine, because of Israeli bombs. And no one thinks to themselves, that might be staged, actually. How did they know to have the phone right there at the door just in case? Like, how long have they been standing there? I'm not saying that Israel isn't bombing Palestine. Let me just be clear. I think a lot of people are being hurt and it's disgusting. But I do believe that a lot of the pictures that we see and a lot of the video we see is actually just fake. I think a lot of it is just fake propaganda shit. Because they know the left will eat it up. No matter what. And I'll probably get banned at some point for saying this. But I feel like it has to be said.
I'm not going to identify him by name. And again, if anything happens to that Slack, I will identify people. I want to preface this.
So he's saying, basically, if you try to delete the evidence, I'm going to show everybody's name. Oh my god.
Very clearly, I hope, I actually do. You know what? Never unban Steve from Twitch. I'm not joking. Never unban him. It's better on YouTube. I don't really
Destiny.
Like Twitch. I don't want to support that anti-Semitic platform. I don't want to do it. Don't unban Destiny. Now that I've had that said, you know who this guy is? In Destiny's ticket, in his file, there's a thing in there that says, do not even fucking touch Destiny's account or even think about unbanning him until you talk to me. That's who this...
What? Wow.
What the hell's going on over there?
So wait, these guys... Dude, this is interesting. So Twitch has basically no rules whatsoever. Twitch's rules is, are you liked or disliked by someone in the company? If you're liked by most people in the company, you're safe. If you're disliked by one person, even just one, you can know for a fact you will never get back onto Twitch. They will ban you, they will remove you, and they'll be done with you, and there's no way of ever coming back.
That's fucking crazy. This is nuts. Like, this is $1 billion company.
Yep. I'll be waiting. I think they'll have to fire too many people to course correct.
Devin confirmed there's someone keeping Destiny banned.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
This is like an anime plot. Like,
he's not wrong.
So ridiculous. The fuck?
He's not wrong.
This guy is right here. This is the guy. The guy. And he's like, what's the problem with hiring someone to step down in front of Parliament for hating Israel? I think they're totally based. This is the person in the file. Do not unban or touch this without first reaching out to me. This next segment, I just like to call Twitch fucking hates Asmongold. This is unironic.
Asmongold getting very happy whenever they talk about him.
I've been waiting on this for too.
I'll be waiting. To answer your question a little bit more completely, I don't think Twitch can course correct. The issue is, it's clear from the actions here. Now, we'll see in the rest of the video if there are actually people fighting back against this. But it's clear from the video that the overwhelming majority of people at Twitch have been completely captured. They if you wanted to course correct, you would have to fire most of these people, and the problem you run into then immediately is who runs the actual platform. Now, unless they do some giant X-style override and, you know, fire 90% of the company and just continue with 20 or 30 people, I don't think it would happen. Yeah, but you'd have to have Elon Musk on it, true. What's funny is Twitch should be a corporate company, but it isn't run like one, because if it was, none of this trauma would exist or happen. Rather, it's wild. This company is genuinely run like a frat house. No, I don't like him. He's not allowed in my frat house. That's what it feels like. It feels like it's a bunch of fucking frat boys. These are obviously the guys that couldn't make it into a fraternity. And so they ended up forming their own little fraternity here on Twitch.
Please. This is the good part. It's the part about me.
No, Arnold, how you doing, bro?
Here we go.
Ironically, a very small segment of the stuff that was sent to me. He's a Dr. Disrespect apologist. That's weird.
When did Asmongold ever apologize?
That's a weird thing. Did more people at Twitch know about Dr. Disrespect? Did they know what happened? Why are you calling him a Dr. Disrespect apologist? That's weird.
So they have a problem with Gamergate 2.0? Oops.
I thought nobody knew. That's weird. That's weird. That's weird. Did Dan Clancy know? That's weird.
Of course they knew. 100% they knew. It's not even a question. I don't even think that's bad. It's just they didn't say it because of the legal proceeding. Yeah, of course. Yeah, duh. So, yeah. I'm a doctor. This is crazy. An apologist for Dr. Disrespect. Do you want to know why people said this? It's because I didn't immediately crucify him after one person came out and they said that it happened.
I was the same. Because we live in a world now where anyone can say anything without proof. And if you don't accept it immediately, you must be as evil as they are. I remember the very first video I made about the Dr. Disrespect stuff. My final moments, my closing thoughts were, I don't know if this is true. I've seen no evidence to suggest that it is. So I genuinely don't know. It wasn't until the actual evidence started to come out that I said, well, looks like it's true. Because that's how you have to do it. You can't just believe stuff because someone somewhere once said it. That's not how it works. There has to be at least some evidence. And anyone that goes to me, this is in a court of law. If you're going to fuck with people's lives, then you better treat it as if it is.
People did get mad at me because I tried to look, and this is, hey, it's never a good thing to look at the facts. Okay? What happened to him? Just some stupid fucking shit. I don't want to get into it, right?
Yeah.
And the funny thing about it is that after all of it was said and done, and I reacted to it, I brought up points that nobody even remembered. Like, remember the thing that I said about, like, you know, a serial bad decision maker, like with that trans sex worker, and then like also cheating on his wife, like the stupid fucking mistakes. Like, what do you mean? Like, this is the only one that I'm mad about.
Oh, different. I don't know enough about the Diddy stuff, and also it doesn't affect the gaming industry, at least not at the moment. So I will only touch the Diddy stuff if it reaches the point of gaming. So if some gaming executive or something is involved in that, then yes, absolutely. But I try to stick with gaming. I have my hands full as it is. There's enough drama in the gaming industry without suddenly including fucking Hollywood. Even though that would probably be mega for views, I don't have the time. Plus, do we know anything about that list, actually?
Like, if they want to call me the Lich King of the incels, it's like, yeah, okay. But, like, a Dr. Disrespect apologist? What, because I didn't just burn the witch? Oh, what the fuck is wrong with you? Come on.
Asmongold is a Pokemon, and Sniper
All right,
Wolf
let's go on the next
Apologist
one.
also.
Yeah.
Surprises me how he
Thanks,
defends
Dan.
Twitch and YouTube partners. Endless Empire, how you doing, bro? I don't know if I would say he's a Sniper Wolf apologist. I've heard him condemn her, especially after she leaked that dude's address. The Pokemon thing, I guess, it's difficult, right? When you've met people IRL, and from what I've heard, from everyone that I've heard, the biggest problem with Pokemon is that Pokemon is... she's not who she says she is. So when you meet her in real life, almost everyone admits she's the nicest person. It's once you get to know her really well that you start to go, well, the fuck, she is scary. Right? She's actually not that good. But if she doesn't know you that well, she's going to put up a very fake personality. I don't know if, like, apologist is weird. Because apologists suggest that you're willing to forgive everything that someone says. And you're willing to whitewash everything that someone says. And again, I don't see Asmongold as someone that is willing to do that. More often than not, he will criticize people, but I don't think he would he would ever... I think his protection of people, or at least his defense of people, usually arises from the fact that he doesn't think people should get banned for bullshit. So even if people are doing questionable shit, he doesn't think they should get banned. Because I've heard him call out Hassan on some of the shit that Hassan says. I've heard Asmongold like call people out before, so I'm not entirely sure. But then again, I don't watch his content all the time, so maybe you guys know much better than I do. I watch a lot of Asmongold's content, but I don't sit in every single one of his streams watching it because he usually streams at times when I'm gonna go to bed and shit. So, Niara, how you doing? Mean girl, nice to your face while talking about you behind your back. True.
Not me. Not this Dan. That's Dan KKK Clancy. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Thanks, Dan. I hope you do some wacky onstage gymnastics with Asmongold next. So this is more to the, like, how the CEO and how low some of the people, even the people that align with him.
Oh, so basically alignment with me is seen as a pejorative. It's like...
Radner, I will tell you this. I think viewers sometimes underestimate how difficult it is to truly be honest. I've been guilty of it in the past, where I'll think something, but I won't say exactly what I think, because you don't want to be attacked. It's not fun. Make no mistake, no one lives their life waiting for the next attack because they're having a good time as a result of it. Being attacked by just about everyone is a fucking terrible feeling, because you literally open your Discord, you have a shit ton of hate messages there. You open your Twitter, everyone's hating on you. You open your YouTube, everyone's hating on you. It isn't fun. It triggers stress, even if you know it doesn't matter. Namwad, 75 months part of the DG Nation. Thank you, bro. Really appreciate you. That is a long-ass time, Namwad. And so what happens is, for a long time, you try to kind of play both sides, like not fully. You still try to be as honest as possible, but you don't want to piss off one side a little bit more than the others. It's only recently, and I can say this with honesty, that I chose my side. Prior to this, I've always been a little undecided. Am I more with conservatives, more with liberals? I'm not entirely sure. It's only recently that I've made the decision full-blown. I am conservative. I'm happy to be right-wing. I can't stand the left and the shit that's happening on the left. I don't include liberals in that because I don't think liberals and left is the same. But I can't stand that. So I've made my decision. You see, and that's the problem. If you're someone that haven't made that decision yet, you kind of feel like you need to play both sides because you're not entirely sure which side you come down on. If Asmongold finally makes his decision, and I think he will at some point, But if he finally makes his decision, it'll become a lot easier for him to piss off the side that he chooses against. Because then you stop caring. Like, I couldn't give two fucks. If someone from the far left my channel now, unsubscribed or unfollowed, I could not care. In fact, I want that to happen. I don't want a community with far left-wing people in it. I couldn't give two shits. I'd rather stream for 10 people that are right-wing conservative or liberal than for 200 people that are left-wing. Because I genuinely believe the most dangerous people and the biggest threat to Western society are left-wing people. I'm still mostly anarchist, Diffin, but I have very much now embraced the conservative mindset. But my fundamental, like, political standpoint is still mostly anarchist.
Oh yeah, with Asmongold. Oh, that's good. They Clancy. That's
so. Here's why I like conservative people. Why I like the right-wing people. Do you know how many people I speak to almost daily that votes or will vote for Trump? And when I ask them, right, about Trump and I ask about how they're going to vote, I have yet to meet a single Trump voter that will tell me Trump is perfect. None of them fucking say that. When you talk to them about some of the issues with Trump, they're more than happy to admit they don't like this, they don't like that. These are problems with him, this is problems with him. But on the core issues, the things that they care most about, Trump agrees with them. And that's why they're voting for him. He's got a lot of things they don't like, and they openly admit that he has traits that they hate. But he agrees on the core issues, and that's the only thing they care about. The left, I speak to people on the left all the time. You know what they do? When Biden was the president, he's the greatest president America has ever seen. Everything Biden does is just the greatest thing that has ever happened, and he can make no mistakes. Now Kamala is suddenly the nominee, and now she's the greatest person that's ever lived, the greatest leader that's ever lived. She's done the best job ever as a DA or a prosecutor, whatever the fuck she was. She's just the shit. Greatest woman ever to be the president of the United States of America. And you just go, wait, so one side only cares about winning, and if they have to lie, steal, or cheat to win, they will. And the other side cares about core values, and I think I understand why. Conservatives don't look to the government to solve their problems. Conservatives look to the government to get out of their way so they can solve their own problems. Left-wing people want the government to solve their problems. And so from their perspective, you can't admit that the government may have faults, because if you admit that the government has flaws, then suddenly you're in trouble, right? Because why would you trust the government with flaws to do anything? So from my perspective, I see most left-wing people, if not all left-wing people, as people with no principles, people with no morals, and they will do whatever it takes to get power. If that means that they have to lock up and kill right-wing people, they will do it. They don't give a shit. So Trump did try to steal the election on January 6th. Yeah, I have my thoughts about January 6th, but I think I'll get banned if I share them. The fact that the left say that they and can see all the crap she did as a DA and are willing to sweep for her now shows they just want power. Dude, I literally had a debate earlier today on Twitter, with someone claiming that Kamala Harris is the democratically elected nominee for president. And when I asked the simple question, democratically elected by who? I was berated for not knowing what the fuck I'm talking about.
Damn.
Radner, 26 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you. You're far too kind. Yeah, no one voted, just the delegates. And then when I pointed out that the Democrats have delegates and super delegates that basically can just ignore what voters do, I was told I don't know how the system works. 2 tweets later, they admit that the delegates voted for her and the delegates don't have to vote the way that the people vote. And my response immediately was, so then we agree the Democratic Party does not choose their leader democratically. Because if the elites can literally vote for whoever the fuck they want, regardless of what the people want, then that's literally the opposite of democracy. And yes, the only evidence you need that the Democratic Party is the most undemocratic party in the history of the world is Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, since 2016, has been the most popular presidential candidate ever in the Democratic Party. How many times has Bernie Sanders run for president? How many times has he been on the ticket for president?
So fucking funny. Yeah, we're so back.
On politics, still think he's a fucking loser. I wouldn't recommend consuming Asmongold content. Upvoted by 7.
That was me, was it? Oh, okay. Thanks, Tips. This is
So much richer than the rest of the world.
rent-free?
And Senpai, the answer isn't riches. And also, America is so much richer than the rest of the world, not because of your elites. In fact, your elites are busy destroying the riches of your nation. America's greatest economic period, ever, period, was during the 1800s. And no, not because of slavery. The South was actually criminally underdeveloped as a result of slavery. No. America's greatest economic period ever was when it was absolutely free and people could do just whatever the fuck they wanted because the government barely have ever interfered. America was exploding. It's what made America the greatest country on earth because people were just doing whatever, right? And making shit tons of money as a result of that because people are creative and people will find creative ways to make money. America's greatest advantage today is the fact that you have nearly, if not more than 400 million people in a single country, and each of these people will make more money, therefore buy more things. It is insane, right? How blessed America is. And also, America is one of the few countries in the world that have no need of any other country. Most of the minerals and the resources that you could ever need as an economy, you have in America. Food, you have plenty of that as well. So America is blessed because of where it is, not because of its elites. No, it is still the greatest country in the world, but it's the only reason America is still the greatest country in the world is because of how far ahead it was of all other countries. I'm quickly gonna go to the bathroom. I'll finish this conversation in a second. strongest military worldwide. Their politics just can say, do as we wish, and we're coming for it by force. What makes it more special than my country, for example? Z-Vengeance, just the sheer size and nature of it. The fact that if America told your country to jump, your country would go, how high do you need us to go, right? And also, there is something to be said. I told you guys this before. I have a friend who studied for 8 years in America, and he's been all over the world. And it's actually not just one, now that I think of it. I have a friend who just recently told me this. My cousin has been all over the world, including America. I have another friend that's been to Europe a couple of times, and the last few holidays they've taken, they've only gone to America. And all of them agree. Brando, how you doing, by the way, bro? All of them agree. America is the greatest country in the world for a couple of reasons, but the biggest one, if you want to do something in America, you can do it, and you'll almost definitely be successful at it. It truly still, even now, is the land of opportunity. If you have an idea to do something, you can go do it, and you'll probably make money off of it. The American people, their spirit is also just different, according to them at least. Now, I can't obviously necessarily agree or disagree because I don't live there, and I haven't been to every other country, but this is what I'm told. If I want to do something in here, I can do it too. There's nothing stopping me aside from finances and the fact that which country are you from, Z-Vengeance? Because unless you live in a country that also have about 400 million people living there, you literally cannot do whatever you want. You don't have enough people that will be willing to buy it. That's one of the biggest problems. If China had a free economy, it would probably outperform America just purely based on how many people they have. Because that's the point, right? Here in South Africa, we have a population of about 60 million. Now, if I want to start a business, some sort of random fucking business, the amount of potential customers that I have is not going to be as many as you have in America. I mean, you have small towns in America. I'm talking towns. And then the town will have like, what, 150,000, 200,000 people. That's considered towns. It's not even a city. It's a town. I think I saw the other day Wilmington, Ohio has something like 300,000 people, and it's also just basically considered a small town, maybe like, you know, like a larger town, maybe like a small city. Here in South Africa, 300,000 is a city. In fact, some of our biggest cities have maybe like 500,000 people. Compare that to New York. What is New York's population at the moment? 10 million plus, maybe even more than that. Right, so just based on the amount of people that you have so much more freedom to do whatever you want and have someone that's willing to buy it. I do believe in gun rights, obviously, in the same pie. In South Africa, guns is also very, very, very important. No, Z-Vengeance, we're talking about if you want to start a restaurant, everyone wants to eat, it can work anywhere. But let's say you wanted to start something weirder. I'll give you a great example. Imagine if Bulgaria didn't have access to, or wasn't as close to the EU as it is. Do you think someone could open Amazon in Bulgaria? The answer is no. How do I know this? Because Amazon is still not fully active in South Africa. Because 60 million people is just not enough. The websites, the online stores that we have here, basically all lose money constantly. Because there's just not enough people. So even with all of the 60 million people buying stuff online, it costs them more to operate the business than what they actually end up making from the business. So your saving grace is your proximity to the EU that allows them to basically go, well, we could just open there, right? It doesn't really matter. Yeah, but AWS again in the Senpai is based on how many people do you have. I could open AWS, but even if all of the businesses in South Africa use it, I'm still not going to make enough money to subsidize all of the other things that I'm doing, right? The point is, more people, more better, always. Always. The more people you have, the more successful your country can become. Especially in the new era. And that's what makes them the greatest country on earth. Is the fact that they have more people, which allows for more opportunities, allows for more genius. And then, of course, nowadays, it may actually be because most people know it's the greatest country on the world, on the earth. All of the geniuses move to America. So you basically get all of the best people in the world moving there because it's the best, and then it becomes better, and now more people are moving there because it's the best, and it becomes better. So you just have this sort of cumulative effect that continuously happens. Everything they want? Yeah, that's true. Why is then China or India not the... Well, okay, so China is completely hamstrung by the fact that they have a top-down economy. I mean, you could think that for yourself, right? A top-down economy operates incredibly slowly, and it also has very big problems adapting. So that's China's problem taken care of. A government will never be as efficient. I literally started this by saying China, if they opened their economy, would overtake America purely by the fact that they have over 1 billion people living there. And India is actually well on their way of going past China and will most likely start to rival that of America. The only problem India has is location. India doesn't have access to all of the resources that America has. India is also kind of surrounded by a lot of not that friendly nations, specifically the nation that they share a border with, Pakistan, that keeps them basically locked in an eternal readiness state, that they always have to funnel money to this potential conflict that is waiting on their border. But India is happening. It is starting to happen. They're starting to make more money. They're starting to do better. Don't underestimate where India can be. But you also have to remember that up until very recently, India had no access to real technologies, no real advancements whatsoever. So they have time to catch up. America has been around for how many years now? Since the 1600s, even before that, 1700s. When was America founded? 1777 or some shit? Or maybe after that a little bit. But somewhere around there, right? So America is a very young country, but it's still about 300 plus years old, you know? Or not 300 plus, but almost 300 years old, right? So India has time. Let's see where India is in 300 years from now. And you might be surprised that India has overtaken America because of just sheerly the amount of people that they have.
So you guys set up shadow banned, huh? That's crazy. I wonder what happened. Yeah, I wonder what this is. There's the incel thing. Yeah, I don't know.
Jim, yeah, almost definitely. The more restrictive a government is, so the more control a government seeks to exert, the harder it will be for a country to make money. The harder it will be for a country to be competitive. We know this because the economics of it is well known. It's the research on this is well known. The more control a government tries to enforce upon an economy, the lower its economic prospects become, the worse it becomes. Because governments are notoriously inefficient. So if you have to wait for the government to greenlight something, before you're allowed to do it, you are automatically behind the curve all the time. You're never actually going to get ahead, right? Because you just spend so much more time waiting. It's one of the reasons I was watching this documentary about what went wrong in Europe, and it actually highlighted all of the economic red tape that companies have to jump through in order to do business in Europe. That basically showcased it's cheaper and more economically efficient not to start a business in Europe than it is to start a business in Europe. Unless you are already super rich, starting a business in Europe, and we're talking big companies, big conglomerates, not even worth it. So what you have in Europe more often than not is small startups that then sell their startup ideas to America because it's cheaper for the American company to start the idea and make it big, right? Or just small businesses. But the second you want to become like a multinational corporation, it's cheaper to just not do that because of how many regulations there are in Europe.
Search for your name? I'll search for it right now.
Is that still happening? Do you guys think that's still happening? Huh. So you type out the whole name, and then it will show it because it always does, but usually it'll pop up the actual streamer. Like, usually by this point, the actual streamer's name will appear. I mean, you can taste it. I don't know if I'm a good taste, because they may have banned me, actually. Yeah, there you go. That's what's supposed to happen, even when you're not live, even when you're offline. That is what is supposed to happen. It'll show the channel because it knows who you're talking about, right? Okay, nothing. Unless they've changed it. See, I type Hassan and it immediately throws up Hassan Abi. His name right at the top there. Yeah, so... yeah, clearly he is still shadow banned. Or something weird is happening in the code. Maybe they've made changes. I don't know. Yours pops up when I type Echo. Aspen only pops up when I type all but one letter. Huh. That is odd, actually, Troubleshooter. See, it should show up now. His channel should show up now.
Do it on incognito? Okay, sure. I'll do it on incognito. Okay. And, well, as a surprise to literally no one, I'm not on the recommended tab. I'm nowhere on the recommended tab. So if you refresh...
Do you guys know if Asman is live now? He's probably not live, right?
That's crazy. Look at that.
He's not at the minute.
Here, yeah. Yo, what's up, Action?
I'll check it later.
Interesting.
I'll see later if he is live.
Go ahead. We're gonna search
if it shows up in mine.
This is on incognito with no cookies.
Still doesn't show up. Wow.
Uh-huh. I'm sure it's all just a big misunderstanding.
Yeah, it probably is.
It's a big misunderstanding, and it's like a
Yeah, I'm sure Twitch had nothing to do with this.
you know, like it's like a weird
It's an
like it's
artifact
like a
of the
weird
system.
account.
When they blocked you, or when they banned you, Asman, they forgot to remove the ban. That's why this is happening. They just forgot, bro. Like in a year or two from now, they'll remember to unblock you again.
Thing, right? Where there's a glitch in the system, and you know, I'm sure. I think that's just what happens, right? Yeah, there's a glitch.
It wasn't fully implemented. True.
There's no way that's what would be.
The D4 diff. Lol.
Okay, so this is more stuff about me. This is from Twitch employees. Here we go.
Or sorry,
Whoa. Bro. This is from a Twitch employee. Yep. Don't even care if Asman isn't a garbage person, because the majority of his audience appears to be. As soon as I get even a whiff of Gamergate these days, I just tune out. Not even remotely worth my time, even considering engaging with it. Did a user of did an employee of Twitch just call hundreds of thousands of their own user base garbage individuals? Dude, how is this allowed?
sorry, emoted by 7 people, liked by more.
Yeah.
I'd appreciate the following recommendation. TIL is the first when I search for the incel emote. If any-
By the way,
No, I don't think so.
want to address the incel comments. I am probably the least incel person on the entire platform. I have dated and promoted multiple girls that do OnlyFans. I have no issue with women being sexually suggestive in any capacity. I think that they should be able to wear whatever they want to wear. I've been more outspoken about this than almost anybody. And somehow I'm the incel.
Yep. Makes sense to me.
How the fuck am I an incel?
Bro, you just say, like, what are you asking us? You just explained it perfect. I fucking understood everything you said, and as you were explaining it, I was like, yeah, this is 100% incel behavior. Chad, am I just having a stroke here? How is that not being an incel? From simp? Yeah, Asman isn't an incel. He's a fucking simp. Based?
Because I called a girl fat? Like,
Oh, shit.
that's not fair.
Yeah, but if a fat chick is fat, she's fucking fat. What are you talking about? Kiki, welcome back.
That's not it. Yeah, what do you mean? Your hygiene habits? Well, yeah.
What's your
but
dick, bro?
It's not. It's it's a buzzword. I feel like I'm not an incel. And like, I've been one of the only people I feel like who's defended. Sometimes there have been girls that have gotten tons of hate, and I've defended them. I got a lot of shit for it too.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know what to say. You look like one? Yeah. Yeah, but
Clean hands.
but if I profile people, then it's wrong.
True.
Anyone is curious,
Rules for
why,
thee,
go to
but not for
subreddit.
me.
Look at the type of vomit that they put onto the internet. Yep, I don't even care if Asman isn't a.
We the subreddit, like, you guys, like, we are gonna have to dial back. Like, sometimes, like, some of the stuff like you guys say, like, y'all need to stop talking about like some of that shit. Like, you guys, like, some of the comments that you guys put, we're gonna have to delete some of these comments. Like, they're so bad. Y'all need to dial this shit back. Like, you're gonna get me in trouble.
garbage
Yeah, I
person,
agree.
because the majority of his audience appears to be. So they're basically like, they hate Asmongold.
The problem, however, is these days, if you don't think that every single woman is an absolute gift to humanity and is just the cutest, you must be an incel. Even when that girl looks like a fucking ogre, right? When she walks, the earth literally shakes a little. It's like that Jurassic Park. If you have a drink next to you and this girl walks, you can see that she's taking steps. Like, the fucking tectonic plates have to shift on the opposite side of the world in order to ensure that the earth can handle this. But no, she has to be the hottest chick in the history of the world ever, or else you must be an incel. It's like, no, bitch, just lose a bit of weight, you know, shake a couple of pounds, and then someone will want to fuck you. Not everyone, but some. I saw this, oh man, I actually have to show you guys this. This is the funniest fucking shit ever. Let me just quickly find it. Hold up. Because I replied to this. Hold up, I'll show you in a second. There we go. Take a look at this. Right, so this is the response rates on dating sites between men and women, right? Women responding to men. You have Asian women being the highest to respond to white dudes, right? Asian women. Then you have men responding to women, and here you have white men at 17% responding to Asian women. Not even to white women. It's not even in there. And then lowest response rates is Asian to black, black to white. So black women, for some reason, don't respond well to white men. And then you have here... shame. All men to black women. This is the funniest shit ever. In terms of dating. Like, I just thought the Asian woman to white men, and then men, white men to Asian woman. How is it that Asian woman is just getting all the dick, bro? Like, how is this even working? Like, what's happening?
Gold, even if he's done nothing wrong. Again, he...
There it is.
People are all
What happened to
racist.
freedom of
Seems like
speech?
it.
Well, I'm on Reddit, right? And so, like,
Frozen Solid, we're reading about black men highest not responding to black. Yeah, that is actually true. Black men is the highest at not responding to black women. Why am I going to shut down immigration? They're gonna have to, bro.
like, if Reddit tells me to jump, I say how high. If Twitch tells me to jump, I say how high.
35% Asian.
I
There you
follow
go.
the rules. And if I don't follow the rules and I get in trouble for it, I say, okay. I take the punishment. I say, all right. It's accountability. That's how a normal person acts. Just how it is. I died for your sins. I did think about wearing my hair down long and then doing the Jesus. I was strongly considering that. And the reason why I didn't do it is because honestly, I just wasn't having a good hair day.
Seriously, that probably works as well.
I used to have good hair days, but like in my 20s, I had good hair days.
It's important also to note that this is mainly on dating sites. And we know for a fact that people IRL operate very differently to how they operate on dating sites. So I would suspect in real life, it's probably nowhere close to the same, right? But on dating sites, it seems like white men and Asian women just want each other.
I'm 34 now.
did something wrong. But that said, they hate him even if he didn't do anything wrong.
No, of course.
Just because they want to hate his fans or what he stands for, or because he's not sucking Hassan's. As soon as I even
here's the thing too, is like I feel like I'm very like open with like listening to other people's opinions, and I don't ban people unless they're mean to me or they break the terms of service. Those are basically the two reasons why people get banned. And so yeah, or I don't like what they're saying for whatever reason, and or they're spamming. Yeah, true. And so I actually like I let people say pretty much what they want to say. I do, because I think that this is my opinion. I think that bad opinions burn out. And what I mean by that is that like a bad extremist opinion will be like super popular for a while, and then it will radicalize itself to the point of like insanity, and then people will be like, wait a minute, you're fucking stupid, stop this. So
Yeah,
like, I believe in the free marketplace of ideas. I let people put
have
out
a
stupid ideas.
different agreement,
and then
a
over
different
time,
opinion,
people are like,
but
oh, this is dumb.
boils down to the same thing, so it's fine.
It gets filtered. Yeah, exactly. That's the way I see it. Because Nazis went away? Well, they kind of did, right? Because like we fought the war, they're done. Like, yeah, there's still some Nazis.
I mean, we have the evidence of this. So, in Germany today, there is still a very healthy Nazi movement. And I mean very healthy. The last time I checked, the Nazi movement in Germany is larger than the Nazi movement in America. Because the last number for KKK members in the US in the 40s, in the 1940s, there were something like the 1940s, 1950s, there were something like 8 million KKK members in the US. In 2017 or 2018, there were 8,000 registered KKK members, or 7,000, something like that. It's in the thousands. It's not even hundreds of thousands. It's in the thousands. So Nazism, KKK members, completely died out. People sort of moved on, and the reason for it, I believe, is because in America it was never illegal to be part of the KKK. So the problem is, the more the KKK spoke, the more people realized, man, these guys are fucking nuts. They keep saying shit that isn't true, and they're saying things that we don't observe in real life. That's sort of the easiest way to get over racism. You just listen to what people are saying, and then you look around you in real life and you go, but I don't see what you're saying. My reality doesn't match your words. And then people very quickly realize, oh, never mind. In Germany, it was banned. You're not allowed to be a racist. You're not allowed to be a Nazi, right? It's banned. And it's allowed to grow. And it just keeps growing because there's no one to stop these people. There's no one to stop what is being said. There's no one to actually say, but hold on, is that really what you think? Can you back that up? Can you prove to us that this is actually true? As German, I have to say Nazis don't exist anymore. No, Aish, they absolutely do exist still. Obviously, they're not going to call themselves the Nazi Party. We're not talking about a political movement. We're talking about Nazis in the truest sense of the word. People who are hyper racist and believe that they're superior. I don't know who it was. It's a watchdog. It's a global watchdog that actually put out the statistics, and they're based on their best estimates. It's something like close to, let's say, 60,000 or 50,000 or something to that effect. It's a lot of people who have Nazi or Nazi adjacent views. Remember, you're not going to hear it. Guys, this is the point. It is illegal in Germany to be a Nazi. If the police finds out, you get arrested, you get thrown in jail. So do you really think someone is just going to walk around and tell you I'm a Nazi? Like, how fucking stupid must you be? Someone's just wearing a shirt, proud Nazi. Do you think that's really going to happen? Obviously not, right? Obviously not. That would be the stupidest thing on earth. So instead, you keep it quiet. You don't say anything to anyone. But on Friday, when you're having dinner with your friends, they're all Nazis, you're Nazis, you believe the same stuff. You like the same stuff. Maybe you talk a little bit here and there, but you're careful because, you could go to jail. So the problem is there's no one to shine sunlight on the ideas. Here compared to commies or Islamists, it's also true. I mean, Nazi is a strong word. Well, in this instance, Nazi is used because it is people that identify with that viewpoint, right? That viewpoint of white supremacy. But you don't have to use Nazi because Nazi has also lost all of its fucking relevance, right? No one really knows what the word Nazi even means anymore. Especially since we're all Nazis if you don't agree with the left. But we're talking about people who believe to be superior based on the color of their skin, right?
But most people that say Nazi on the internet, what does being a Nazi mean nowadays? It means not liking illegal immigration. I'm sorry, but Nazi just means you're not seeing their point of view. It doesn't, you realize the Nazis used Jewish people for medical experiments and killed them all systematically, right? Not even Holocaust, right? They used them for medical experimentation. To compare some guy that's some redneck who thinks that he doesn't want illegals coming into the country to a Nazi. What an insult to Nazis. What an insult to the people that fought against them. Oh my God, it's terrible. I really think that the problem too is that there are legitimate people that are Nazis now. And they just get, Nazi, everybody says that.
Yeah.
It's like the boy who cried wolf. It's a huge issue.
Amir, how you doing? You have people like Nick Fuentes. Now, if you want to talk about an actual Nazi, Nick fits that bill. He's an actual racist, an actual white supremacist. But he even makes jokes on his stream about how they're calling everyone Nazi and the word Nazi doesn't even mean anything. And it's bruh, that's the fucking problem. Because you have labeled everyone a Nazi, we no longer have a word to use for people like Nick Fuentes, who is so fucking clearly and obviously a white supremacist scumbag that no one wants to have. This is always the funniest thing. When I hear people like Nick Fuentes saying, we need to get only white people in the country. And my first thought is, I'm a white guy, I have blonde hair, I have blue eyes. And the last fucking thing I want to do is share a country with you. I would rather live with anyone else. Seriously, if I could choose any fucking neighbor, it wouldn't be you. I don't want to live in that country. I'd go live with the fucking other people then. Go to Mexico instead, but I don't want to live with you. Because you're a very unlikable human being. A highly unlikable human being. But because Nazi has lost all relevance, because the word no longer means anything, what do we call him? What word do you use now for someone like that?
The phrasing, yes. You have to remember, a lot of people don't believe that's real. Well, no, that's a separate group of idiots. So I just think that it's very problematic that so many people like using these, they like using language. I have a problem with the words like slavery.
To be fair, Cedric, I do think a lot of Nick Fuentes' stuff is just tacked on. I think a lot of Nick Fuentes' stuff is basically just for clicks. Because I've heard him personally say to Destiny that he would love to date an Asian woman, but he can only date white women because, he's a white supremacist. Or he believes in white is right, or whatever the fuck he believes. And I thought to myself, I'm from South Africa. I know plenty of racists. None of them would date even for a moment, outside of their race. Even for a fucking moment. They would never say that. Ever. They if anything, they find it disgusting. The very thought of it, they find disgusting. So I do think Nick Fuentes might just be, sort of playing it up for clicks. But even then, I think a lot of Nick Fuentes' followers don't know that he's just sort of playing, Nothing, because it triggers people and gets them emotional. It's easier to win a debate argument against a person that is rattled. Good now for GTA 6. They already censored GTA Trilogy Remaster. Well, fuck. Well, I'm mixed and both my parents are hyper-nationalist, but here we are. You racist son of a bitch. So far-right grifter, basically, pretty much.
Nazi. I feel like those are the two main ones that I could say, like, come off, like, right off the top of my head. Like, those two words, I think, are overused in a way that is extremely harmful, because I think it delegitimizes and it waters down the genuine effect of what it is.
True.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I think it's a really big problem. Woke is overused. I think woke and DEI is overused too. You're right about that. But like woke and DEI don't have like a really bad historical context. And so like that's not really as big of an issue. You feel like the banhammer's getting closer and closer reacting to content? Oh, sure, right? You misspoke, it's gonna get clipped. I don't think I misspoke. I was about the insult to Nazis. Well, yeah, they're way worse. Fucking obviously, yes. They're way fucking worse. All I'm saying is that don't water these words down.
Blood for the blood god.
I think this is a very fair thing to say.
I agree.
Get a whiff of Gamergate these days. I just tune out. Not even remotely worth my time, or even worth considering it. There's I have a lot more. The Slack only has retention for 90 days, but we've been. This guy had been saving it for a while, so we have more stuff going back, but I still have to filter through more of the stuff. I just wanted to push something out quickly.
So there's more?
Oh, bro.
Thank God. That's going to be another video. Oh, thank God. Yes.
That is content.
Oh,
let's
righty. This is the gift that keeps on giving. This is insane.
Yep.
Because I got the feeling, I got the itch that Twitch was thinking of putting out a new statement. Here's something I do want to put across to people.
Yeah,
I am
Asian women are hot.
that if you see ads
I'm not gonna lie.
anywhere on Twitch, until Dan Clancy steps down, and this is his responsibility, I highly recommend that you let these companies know who they're supporting with this type of shit. It's easy to do.
Oh, this guy's really
if you
angry.
see an ad for A&W root beer, go to LinkedIn, type in A&W marketing, and you'll find the guy in charge of marketing. And then you just go to anymailfinder.com, type in A&W.com and the guy's name, and you drop him an email. And you send him a video of the ad playing in front of whatever fucking insane content happens to be going on at the time. Or you just say, hey, I wanted to let you know that your ad is on this site that currently banned Jews for a year. And the ban would still be in fucking place today, by the way. Don't forget that. Don't forget the fact that Twitch didn't remove this ban out of the graciousness of their heart. They removed the ban.
Yeah, I got called out.
Because enough people finally told them. For the entire year.
Yeah, that is actually true, by the way.
Constantly emailing them, doing user voice tickets.
That's the funniest shit ever. Twitch pretending like there literally was nothing wrong. Like they didn't know. And then Jewish people actually started showing emails from like 8-9 months ago complaining they can't create accounts. And Twitch just closing tickets all over the place. It is ridiculous.
Tweeting at them, making threads in our Reddit. And you know what happened to all of that? Deleted, ignored, sent to trash ban, generic response. That's what happened for all of that. Yep. They knew, and if they didn't know, they're incompetent. For a year, it would still be in place. And you know what's even more fucked up? I know for a fact that if I didn't bitch and moan and do all this bullshit, and Ethan didn't speak up, and other people didn't speak up, and the congressmen haven't spoken up, that just one day, and maybe 6 months from now, maybe a year from now, the ban would just silently be removed. No one would know, except for a few Twitch engineers. Well, we know now.
Well, there it is. So they're talking about me.
If you see an
it's crazy how I mean, were they talking about other people too? Sorry. I do this fucking thing where I breathe the thing that I'm drinking. Really bad.
Yeah, you should not be doing that, Basma. What the fuck are you doing?
Really bad.
He's
Shouldn't
breathing
do
the
that.
thing that he's drinking.
Anyway,
okay?
yes. I wonder. So, are they talking about? Are they talking about other streamers like this all the time? Is it just
Yeah, I
me?
think so.
Am I the fucking Voldemort here? What the hell? They're talking about this about me constantly. It's insane.
I think Asmongold isn't the only streamer that they're talking about, but I do think he's probably one of the most talked about streamers because, well, he is large. He's very large.
I really like. I'm in shock. I'm in shock. There's this much like open conversation about me. I think that a lot of this is calling into question the way that Twitch does suspensions and how people are treated by Twitch. And I think it's going to happen more. Exasperated when you look down, you swallow, less likely to happen. I think I'm just an idiot. I think that's what it is. They hate so much. It's insane. I guess so. Jesus Christ. Search XQC in the search tab. He's also shadow banned.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Jesus
Because
Christ.
XQC is also an angry dude.
Anyway, well, what's going on in here? Oh, there he is. There's the guy. Oh, shit. Hey, are there any more clips about me? They talking about me anymore? That's why I want to know. You find any more clips talking about me?
Oh shit, it's Dan. Dan can stream. Went to walk the dog and
Yeah, he's
I'm
the guy
lost
from the
with a new
video.
topic. We'll lurk and learn. Oh, Tammy, we're learning how Twitch completely has a hate boner inside the company for Asmongold and anyone that watches Asmongold.
God, you're obsessed, bro? I absolutely am. 100%. Jesus Christ. 100% I am. Absolutely. But yeah, good video, man. I hate to say it, but I could have expected this. Yeah, could have expected this. Absolutely. There's a video right there. That's the link. Make sure to give it a like, give him a sub. That's fucking crazy. Do I think I was unfairly suspended? Nope, I was fairly suspended. I deserved it. I shouldn't have said what I said. It was a mistake. The problem is not that I got suspended, it's the other people did not.
Yeah, that is 100% the problem. No one would have batted an eyelid if Asmongold got suspended, and so too everyone else. Everyone's anger is 100% around Asmon gets suspended, but Hassan is still on the platform. What the fuck is that about?
That's the way I see it. That's where I'm at. I have no problem taking accountability for my own mistakes. I just wish other people would do the same thing.
Yeah.
You're a pussy? No, I'm not. I'm not. Taking accountability is the last thing that a pussy does. Pussies like to cry and blame other shit. Oh, it's somebody made me mad. Shut up, you pussy ass bitch. You are in control. I look at every single thing in my life as I have caused every single thing in my life to occur. And the reason
I have
for
no
that
idea,
is
senpai.
because sometimes I'm wrong.
I have no idea.
Usually I'm not. And it gives you the level of control. It is a position of agency. It is a position of control. What did I do to put myself in this position? I don't think about the world.
If I go off of what I had some friends who smoked weed earlier in the year still. And if I go off of what they used to pay, let's say between $5 and $8 maybe for a couple of for a gram or for 2 grams or for whatever the fuck it is. I genuinely don't know.
World being against me. The world's against everybody. I think about what can I do to change my outcomes and how to take accountability for myself.
Which is a good way
That's
to
it.
look at the world.
I don't care about like, oh, somebody else did this. Oh, no, shut the fuck up. I cannot wait to see what happens at the end of this. I'm very excited to see what happens.
Same. Like, unironically fucking same. It's gonna be interesting, to say the least. Right, Senpai, to your point about the, like, you said something about we don't talk enough about how beautiful Asian women are. I feel like that's all people talk about all the time. I mean, it's a well-known fact that gamers love Asian women. And that most gamers want an Asian girlfriend, or at least want the anime version of whatever the fuck they think an Asian girl looks like. I'm not sure. I don't know. I have ideas of why I think that is. I think a lot of it has to do with people look at Twitter and think that Twitter is indicative of real life. So people look at how a lot of white girls are acting on Twitter and they think that somehow that is how all white women act, which is just not true. The overwhelming majority of white women are literally the same as the majority of Asian women. People like to say they're the ultimate trad wives. I can tell you, we have one guy in the church who's married to a Taiwanese woman. And while they are very traditional and they are good wives, they're also very difficult. Like, he himself admits it. They are very difficult. So the idea that she's just going to be... The problem is people watch anime and they think that she's going to... No. Not at all. She's not going to be like that. But yeah, I think yes, there is a sense that they embrace their femininity a lot more, that they like their femininity a lot more. But again, I will say most white women do too. Most black women do too. I think most women like to embrace their femininity. I think the biggest reason is Asia doesn't have that massive feminist push, right? It doesn't have the same issues as the West. And so there are far, 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 far fewer Asian women that you will ever find espousing feminist ideas or espousing woke shit than what you will find with white women on Twitter, for example. But even there, how many white women do you truly believe are feminists? Let's say just in America. How many white women do you think are feminists in America? Take a guess. I know the actual statistic. Although it is from 2020, but I do know the actual statistic. How many women do you think identify as feminists in the US? It's 12%. It's 12%. And I think of that 12%, the overwhelming majority of them aren't even like your true hardcore feminists. I think a lot of them will just say, I'm a feminist, I believe in equal rights. Which is like, yeah, most people fucking believe in equal rights. What are you talking about? Right? That doesn't make you a feminist, but never mind that. It's a very small movement, but it is a loud movement. So it makes a lot of noise. But I don't know. I mean, I don't really approach life with this. I find, I'm gonna be honest, and I'm not gonna. I don't want to speak for like Asian women here, but I don't know how Asian women wouldn't find it cringe when a guy says, "I only date Asian women" or "I only want to date Asian women." Like, how's that not cringe? How's that not just a little bit weird? What definition of feminist are we using? Tammy Trader, we're obviously talking about third or fourth wave feminism, depending on how you count it, right? Because there might be a fourth wave, there might not be, it depends. But we're talking about this newest brand of feminism that is basically just anti-men. Even though they pretend like it isn't, it is just anti-men. What's happening here, Z Vengeance? Oh, yeah. I saw this, actually. Well, Michael, yes. But remember, you don't need that many people in order to change a society. At the height of the suffrage movement, take a guess. How many women actually wanted the right to vote? 8%. They tried 3 times to have a national referendum where women themselves could vote whether or not they wanted to vote. All 3 times it failed. So ultimately, they just jammed it through Congress because they wanted women to vote. Women didn't really seem to give too much of a fuck whether or not they could or could not vote. And so they jammed it through Congress. So fundamentally, you don't need a lot of people in order to start a movement and in order to make change. In fact, most of our studies show about 5%. As long as you have 5% of the population, you can start an entire revolution. Because about 80% of an entire population are not interested in fighting. They won't fight. They'll go with whatever they're being told. So if someone tells them, oh, you're voting now, they'll be like, oh, okay, I'm voting now. If someone tells them you're serving us now instead of the government, they'll go, oh, okay, I guess that's what I'm doing now. Because about 80% of people just want to chill. They just want a comfortable life. They don't want to be upset. They don't want to upset anyone. They just want to live. So you don't need a lot of people in order to overthrow a country or overthrow a government. Now, of course, I'm not suggesting that it's bad that women can vote. I don't really have an opinion on that either way. I can see the positives of women not voting. I can see the negatives of women not voting. I don't really think voting should be based on gender. I think voting should be based on participation. If you don't work, if you don't pay taxes, you don't vote. This immediately disqualifies all students, which is good because students shouldn't be able to vote in the first place. I think in any ways, the voting age should be raised. Because I know how I was at the age of 20. I should not have been able to vote at the age of fucking 20. What are you talking about? I don't know shit. I don't know anything about the real world. At that point, you're voting very selfishly. When I was 20 years old, I liked communism. You want to know why I liked communism? Because it would mean I didn't have to work. Right? I wanted the government to give everyone paychecks. So if I don't have to work, if I don't want to work, I don't have to work because the government just pays me. That's why I would have voted for a communist government because, hey, it means I don't have to work. Doesn't make me smart. It just means when you're young, you don't know what you're voting for because you don't know anything about the real world yet. And then you start working and you very quickly realize, oh, wait, this does not seem like a fun time. And I really don't think the government deserves my money. Again, that's the problem. I'm not suggesting that that's communism. I'm telling you what I thought when I was 20 years old because you don't know shit. When you're 20, you don't know anything. Most communists, self-described communists today, like Hassan, don't know what communism is. They don't understand that under a communist system, you'll be working in a factory, not the job that you think you're going to do. You're not going to be a streamer entertaining people. You're going to be a factory worker. And whatever factory the government needs you to work in, that's where you'll work, if you're lucky. If you're unlucky, you'll go to the farms. And you'll go be a farmer. And not an owner. No. Actual working in the fields farmer. People don't get to vote either. Sammy Trader, it depends. Are they still paying taxes? Because I don't believe that you should just stop mattering. Because remember, you are at the age of 65, you have paid into the system for what? 40 years, 45 years. So I don't think you just lose your right to vote. You pay taxes, you get to vote, right? And no, I don't think so, because generally speaking, this isn't always true, but generally speaking, the older you get, the wiser you get. Generally, it's not always fucking true. Just look at Total Boy in the United States Congress. But yeah, I do think that specifically for young people, because when you're young, you are going to make decisions based on your personal preferences, and most of your preferences are going to be whatever brings you the most amount of joy the quickest. Regardless of if it has bad effects in the long term, who cares, right? The problem with all communist streamers is they assume in that system they'll be on top. Jim, the problem with all communists is that they assume in that system they'll be on top. I agree, we really need to rework our systems for 18 to 21 year olds. I feel bad for people nowadays that age because they aren't given a chance to learn anymore. Like, what's it like buying a house, etc. Well, the same is true for old folks too. Everybody is going to vote for their own interest. Vamir, you'll be surprised how oftentimes people vote not fully against their interests, but at least more along the long-term view, right? Rather than in the very immediate short-term view. Whereas young people are, well, we know this. This isn't like weird. Young people tend to care about things that only affect them. The problem is that most of the things that only affect them for a very short period of their life, and then it stops affecting them. Right? In a proper healthy system, most of the things that young people might think affect them only affects them for a very short period of time. And the other problem, and this is perhaps the biggest problem, I don't think before you've started making a contribution to society, you should have a say in what society does. It's the same reason I don't believe felons should be allowed to vote. If you broke the law, why do you ever get a right to vote on anything? You're a felon. Who gives a fuck what you have to say? You broke the law. You're not legally allowed to have any say in our legal system whatsoever. So yeah, I don't believe the vote should just count for everyone. Why? Why should everyone get a vote? If you served your time, then you should get all of... Yeah. Once you come out, like once you've served your time and you're let go, you've paid your debt to society, then you can vote as much as you want. But while you're in prison, you don't get to say shit. Why would we listen to you? You're a bad person. You know? Service... Well, Obi-Wan, if you want to go that far, service does guarantee citizenship. I am actually a fan of the Starship Trooper model. I do actually think that is a better model, and ironically, you should serve in the military because voting is a form of violence. Voting is literally, before we had voting, there were two ways for you to lead the country. Either you were born into it, which most often did not determine whether or not you were going to be the leader. Almost always it was violence. We would use violence to determine who leads the country next. Civil wars were the order of the day pretty much at the end of every... Go look at the history of the royal monarchies. There's almost always a war at the end of a king's death. Almost always. Because you have the oldest son that wants to be the king, but then other people want to be the king as well, but because they don't like this one. And then either this guy gets poisoned, this guy... So voting is literally just a replacement for violence. If you're going to use voting in order to choose for everyone, then maybe you should be able to defend yourself and your right to vote. So yeah, I wouldn't be against service guarantees citizenship. You could just erase all your political opposition and they would lose their voting power that way. Clean, but you could do that right now. Like, what's stopping you right now from just erasing your political opposition? People would still notice, right? People would still be like, bro, why are you arresting all of your political opposition? Right? This is the same reason you don't do it now, you wouldn't do it then. Yeah, but people can vote against it now, or in my system, people can vote against that as well. Like, my system doesn't exclude people from voting and saying, hey, this guy keeps locking up all of his political opponents. Let's just vote against that. Let's not allow that to happen. Because you're not going to be able to lock up the whole of the country, right? Unless, of course, you're suggesting that's what you do. You lock up the whole of the country, but that will be very difficult because not everyone tells you who they're going to vote for. And you're also, at that point, going to be a president basically serving a very short term, right? Because your people are going to replace you at some point, either through force or through some other means, but they're going to find a way. Look at Alexander the Great's empire. After he died, it splintered and there was so much conflict between the successors. They could, if you just say they are all convicts without needing them to be imprisoned. Well, this is the thing, right? In my system, as long as the person is serving their time in prison, they don't get to vote. If you're walking around free, right, and you're not guilty of anything, you haven't broken the law, and you could even go so far as to say dependent on the laws that you've broken. You know, so if you're in prison for possessing weed, for example, we're not going to say that you're not allowed to vote, right? Because fuck me, who cares? But if you're in prison for embezzling billions of dollars or millions of dollars, then yeah, you don't get to vote. If you're in prison for grape, or if you're in prison for murder, you don't get a vote. Like, you're not allowed to vote because you've done some very shit stuff. People shouldn't get into prison in the first place for smoking weed. No, I don't really have too much of a, like, I actually don't disagree with that, but only because I don't think the government should be in the arbiters of morality, and I think that drives into morality, which I think the government is wholly ill-equipped to deal with. So I do actually agree with that. I agree with that take. What do you think about term limits? Yes. If you're asking me what the perfect system would be, I would make presidents serve for a guaranteed term of 15 years. Hear me out. I've actually thought about this for a long time. It is a well-known fact that most changes a president can make, except for very rare occasions, will not take place in the term of 4 years. Economies move very slowly, and you have to make... Every change you make is only going to show up towards the end of your first, term, which incentivizes the idea that a president will not make the hard changes, the necessary changes, because they have to make the changes that will bring the biggest amount of economic growth the quickest, right? So they might make good decisions in the short term that end up being very bad decisions in the long term because, well, in 4 years, people need to vote for you again. And sometimes some of the biggest things that you can do for an economy is going to have very bad results for the first 10 years. And only then are you going to start seeing the benefits of that system. So I think presidents should get a guaranteed term of 15 years, no revotes, no re-elections. Once your term is up, you're fucking gone. This is your term. Do your best. You still have all the checks and balances in place. If a president fucks up so much that they're about to ruin the country, you can replace them. But, that's within the scope of Congress and Senate and so on. And then I think for senators and congressmen, let's make it 8 years and it's done. No multiple terms, no re-elections. You remove the concept of re-elections completely, and you establish a mindset of long term. I have 8 years to do things. In those 8 years, I have to prove myself, and I have to do a good job, right? And that's it. That's it. Once your 8 years is done, you're done. If you are someone that works in government, you get a maximum of 10 years. You can work for the government for 10 years and then you have to fuck off. Go work somewhere else. You're not allowed to work for the government into perpetuity. That includes the staffers. That includes the teller that works at your local municipality. Every single person that works for the government can only work for the government for 10 years. No longer, no shorter, just 10. Well, shorter, they can fuck off obviously early, but 10 is their max. After that, go into the real world, go do shit. It will stop because I'll remind you guys, who is currently the president of the United States of America? Is it Biden, really? Dude, Biden can't even remember his own fucking name, let alone how to run the country, and yet nothing's going wrong in America. Bacon Axe, how you doing? America's operating perfectly fine. The reason it's operating perfectly fine is because most presidents don't do shit in America. It's run by this state. Just, what is it? How many people work for the government at the moment? It's like 3 million or some shit. They're the ones running the government, right? They don't even need the politicians because they're just doing their own shit and they know exactly how everything's supposed to work. You want to come up with a system that doesn't make that a possibility. And yes, I think maximum term limits, and someone said it actually here, which is the perfect explanation for it. Becoming president, becoming a congressman, becoming a senator, working for the government should be a form of civil service, not a career. You do it because you genuinely believe that you want to make your country a better place. You have 8 years or you have 15 years to make your country a better place, and then you fuck off. Then you're done. You ban lobbying immediately. We don't need lobbyists. Why would you need lobbyists? Do your job, make your companies great, do whatever you want, but you don't need the government to help you. And absolutely, government officials do not get to vote on their own salaries. If you are in Congress or in the Senate or the president, you get paid the average wage in America. So whatever the average wage is for middle-class Americans, that is your pay. You want your pay to go up? Figure out how to make the economy better and make people richer. That's it. Make the economy better, make people richer, your salary goes up. If you don't make people richer, your salary doesn't go up. It's as simple as that. And that is how you fix the government. Why would no one do it, Kimmy? Will never happen because you'll be surprised what will eventually happen. Kimmy, so the thing is, serving in government has to be something that people feel called to do. Let me give you an example. My pastor, okay? My pastor is not a rich man. Our church has, I think, 160 members. That's total. 160 people that come to church, right? It's not rich. They had 2 cars. One of them got stolen. They have 1 car. And they're trying to figure out how to buy a second car, but they don't have the money for it currently. He's a pastor because he loves the Lord. And he wants to serve God, and this is what he does. Right? And he doesn't care about the money. In fact, he actively makes decisions that would help the church make more money if they go against the Bible, right? So he's very much a man of principle, and he does this because he loves God. That's the end of that. You need people like that in government. People who enter government because they genuinely believe they can make the country a better place. Not because they're trying to get rich, not because they want power, but because they believe they have a better option for the people that they serve. And I think if you remove all the money and all the power from government, there are plenty of people that would actually go into government for exactly that reason. That would actually become president, that would actually become congressmen and senators, purely because they care. Because this is what they want to be. Pamir, but would you rather have hundreds of congressmen and senators that barely couldn't give two fucks about anything? Or would you rather have few and far between, but every single one of them cares deeply about the job that they're supposed to do? I would go for the few and far between every time, right? I'd rather have fewer congressmen and senators that actually care than more, but they couldn't give two shits because they're just there to make a quick buck. Anyways, boys, it's time for me to go get ready. I kind of forgot about the time. I have Bible study in a bit. I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending some time with me. And of course, apologies to anyone that may have just joined. I'm really sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you so much to all of you for your support and for everything. I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place as always. You guys already know the, the spiel. I'll be back tomorrow. We may play games. We may not. I don't know what we'll do yet. We'll decide when the time comes. As always, ladies and gentlemen, be good to each other, be kind to each other, and I shall see all of you in the next one. Peace.